Good morning. Thank you, Leonce. Good morning, Madam Principal. Good morning, rest of the staff. Good morning, students. Can I hear a nice, bright good morning?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Now, this is a beautiful day. And it is an absolutely beautiful, it's in the season, the lovely season of Easter. And I want to start our devotion this morning to have you focus on the fact that as Christians, and also Christians in a Catholic school, that we acknowledge Jesus Christ as our risen Lord. So I will start off just by asking to join me saying, Jesus is risen, hallelujah. Join me, Jesus is risen, hallelujah. Are you hearing me?
Yes, Miss.
Oh,
Yes,
fine.
sister.
That we're hearing.
All right. And keeping with your theme, advancing my career path despite tremendous challenges, this morning I want us to look at where we're going today in our devotion, how the Lord is going to be with us and how we will listen to the word. We will do that from where we are, and wherever you are in your homes, or perhaps in somebody else's home and you're sharing this day with us, I want us to understand that we are on holy ground. So can we together sing that little chorus that says, where we are, God is, and it is holy. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. This is holy ground. We're standing on holy ground. For the Lord is present, and where God is holy. This is holy ground. We're standing on holy ground. For the Lord is present, and where God is holy. Hold your hands up, lift your hands up, girls. We are standing on holy ground, and I know that there are angels all around. Let us praise Jesus now. We are standing in his presence on holy ground. Amen. Amen. Now I'm going to ask Mrs. Wine, your principal, to read for us from the sacred scriptures, the Holy Bible. And she's going to be reading a few verses from Romans chapter 12, verses 9 to 12. I want you to listen for some key words in that reading, because the reflection will center on those words, as well as on showing you a little bit of the journey, the path that took me to being a religious sister, a consecrated person in the community of the Franciscan missionary sisters of Our Lady of Perpetual Help of Jamaica. So we listen with our hearts, with our ears, to the reading. Mrs. Wine.
Thank you, sister. Good morning. Love must be completely sincere. Hate what is evil. Hold on to what is good. Love one another warmly as Christians, and be eager to show respect for one another. Work hard and do not be lazy. Serve the Lord with a heart full of devotion. Let your hope keep you joyful. Be patient in your troubles and pray at all times. The word of the Lord.
Thanks be to God. Let us look at some of the operative words in that reading. Let us love, and let that love be sincere. Let us serve God and one another. Be diligent in your duties. Don't be lazy, the translation says. Have hope and pray constantly. Ladies, I see this passage so tied in with your theme, which suggests as its operative words, advancing, a career path, and tremendous challenges. Now, when we last met, we were talking about overcoming our Goliaths. Remember that? And so we talked about the challenges that we were experiencing with the COVID-19, and you in particular, as students, how it would have been affecting you. But I remember so clearly that you were very positive about it, that you were going to be praying, that you would take on Ayan Levanzan's word about being the privilege of prayer that we have. Our God, when He created us, knew the journey that He would fit us for. He knew the path along which He wanted us to travel. And that path, as every journey would do, would end somewhere. Every journey has a beginning and an end. In this particular journey of yours, of mine, and for today's input, the word love stands strong because this is Jesus' commandment to his followers, his disciples. And that word love has stayed strongly with me because this profound love of God was a starting point for me. It was experienced through parents who, though they were Anglicans, for a reason that only God knows and that God has shown, has led me on this path, has led all of their 7 children, as it were, to become Roman Catholics. And it's one of the mysteries that we attribute to God. How do 2 Anglican parents bring up their 7 children as Roman Catholics? This is the path they took for us. This is the path God wanted for us. Our parents ensured that we learned our Catholic prayers, that they sent us to Catholic schools. They saw to it, every one of us, that we shared everything at home. Now remember the word share, and that we served one another. The big ones, the bigger ones, always taking care of the younger ones. That's a bit of a path, a steps on a journey, steps on a path to where anybody, myself, and all those persons who over the ages, over the years, over the centuries, have totally dedicated their lives to God, the God who is love, the God who loves us unconditionally. And in this dedication, total dedication of our lives, we have made commitments to be part of a community. That community aspect was already set out for me in our families, because that's how we live. That's community, caring for one another, sharing with one another, being diligent, as the scriptures just said this morning, in our duties. And we didn't have any lazy bones, which some of us tried, eh? But the point is that God had set the path for us, and He started in our family, and that is what brought me along to becoming member of a community where prayer is the source of all our ministries, all our activities. I would like to say to you that it would be so well if you could consider, if some of you would consider surely, in prayer, looking back again, perhaps at this particular reading from Romans chapter 12, verses 9 to 12, that you ask the Lord, what are you asking of me? What career do you want for me, Lord? What profession are you sending me to? Lord, will you equip me for that space in your world, among your people, where I can express your love, where I can serve with deep commitment, where I can offer my life up, especially for the poor, for the sick, for the marginalized in community, for those who appear to be of no consequence to others. Lord, what are you asking of me? If perchance, or if it is God's will, and among you there are some who would think, well, I think I'd like to be a sister. This is where you have to dwell with the Lord in prayer. Lord, is this what you want for me? What is it all about? Will I have a profession? And my response to that, so that you don't get frightened and think that coming into a convent is getting into a place where you're behind high walls and you don't see anybody again, surely you know that's not so. Our vocation, because a vocation is a calling, is that which leaves us free to share our lives with others. And so we take vows of poverty, not indigence, not the type of being poor where you have nothing, but where there are material things available to us for our ministries, and we use them with a sense of detachment. So we don't accumulate a lot of material stuff, and I'm sure you don't either, because you're beginning to understand. You are 15 and 16 and 17 and 18 years old, that there are some material things that human beings can do without. And it's not about deprivation, it's just about standing back from that which is material, the consumerism, the materialism that is so strong in our societies worldwide, and offering up to God that sacrifice so we can have our minds and our hearts set on His love, His work, serving Him as we love and serve others. I was introduced as being a member of the Franciscan Missionary Sisters. The sisters who started your school were Franciscans, are Franciscans, and we follow in the footsteps of Jesus, as St. Francis of Assisi did way back in the 13th century. So this is a religious movement that has spanned centuries. And here we are today with a Jamaican congregation in which each member felt a strong call. Each member, each of us religious sisters, heard Jesus saying, if you want to be my disciple, then go sell all that you have, give it to the poor, you will have treasure in heaven, and come follow me. That's the invitation. That's our vocation, to live a vowed life in community. But we also have our professions. So don't be afraid. Don't think, oh my, okay, so I'm going to follow Jesus and I'm going to walk barefooted and sandals like Jesus and his disciples. No, no. We're living in a modern world. Somebody is showing me a lollipop in the middle of this devotion and a lovely cat. And yes, Franciscans love animals. We take care of creation. That's one of our values, care of the earth. I said we have our professions. There are those among us who are social workers. There is there's sister nurses. We once had a sister who was a doctor, but she's not with us any longer. And the majority of us right now in this congregation are teachers. I started my teaching career shortly after I left sixth form. As a matter of fact, as soon as I left sixth form, I went on mission to a country place, not too country because it was on the coast and not a bay. And I did my first teaching job there. I wanted to be a teacher because the teachers we had in our school, Convent of Mercy Academy, were persons who showed us by their lives and by their examples, by their love for us and their willingness to see us through school, made us look at them as role models, wanted to imitate them, wanted to emulate, particularly the sisters who, one who was a principal and others who taught in our schools. So the value of example, the value of loving and serving, and really, ladies, this is what we've been created for: to know God, to love God, to serve God and his people in this world, and to be happy with him forever in eternal life. That's a little bit of the sharing that I want to leave with you this morning, constrained by time, of course, and being very aware that you're going to be engaged in a long day and you want to be listening carefully to your various presentations. So, to summarize, religious sisters, we are sisters within the Catholic Church. Our life is dubbed as a consecrated life. We have given up, we have let go of everything. And if you should see me driving a car, yes, obviously, it was while I was in community that I had the opportunity to learn, have the skill to be able to drive. But the car is not mine. I don't own that car. The community owns the car. But I have the opportunity of using it for my ministry. And my ministries have been, as you heard earlier on, in teaching. I am a professional teacher, an educator, start teaching from kindergarten right through to adults. I've not missed a group, and a group has not missed me. And I've been a tutor in a teacher's college, St. Joseph's Teachers College. And I've also taught in the seminary. I believe your bishop, Burchell MacPherson, was a member of one of my classes while he was in seminary. So there we have it. You have a vocation, which is a calling, and my calling was to be a consecrated person. And then there's the professions that we can have. And I explained to you as best I could, the various professions that some of us do have, and the opportunities that God has given us. Um, Unbelievable opportunities that God has bestowed on us because we have given our lives totally to Him and to His people to love and to serve with love. I just want to finish up. I don't think I can do feedback here at devotion. So, what we will do now is to just listen for the moment because despite tremendous challenges, stood out as I read your theme, and I will read you now from one of my own poems from the book that's entitled Living the Moments. The title of the poem is Don't Give Up. Don't give up, though the going's really rough. Don't give up, though you feel you've had enough. Let the arrows fly, let them fly from every side. But hold your chin up high, forge ahead, and keep your stride. Don't give up while you're crying. Laugh aloud and drain the cup. This is God's will. Be very proud. If you have played your part and know you've given of your best, if you have lost your heart to someone, some cause no less, don't give up. Though you are crushed and out of line, don't give up. If you must, ask for a sign. Go to God, storm at Him, have no fear. You're not alone. Be sure He'll soothe your care. So, ladies, don't give up. No sandblast lasts forever. You'll get the rub, but time will pass, and with it, all your cares. Don't give up. All right? So, despite tremendous challenges, whatever they are, don't give up. And because we're doing this devotion in the name of Jesus, I'm going to ask you now, Mrs. Wine and others, to join me with this closing hymn. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises. I'm so glad you're in my life. I'm so glad you came to save us. You came from heaven to earth to show the way from the earth to the cross. My debt to pay from the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on high. Thank you in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God be praised. The Lord is risen. Alleluia. Alleluia.
Good morning, everyone. Sister Mary Andrews, on behalf of the Mount Alvernia High School, I would like to thank you for presenting to us. Thank you for teaching us about not giving up, trying to empower us to move on and try harder every day. Thank you so much for sharing that beautiful poem. It was very much appreciated, and I'm sure everyone took something from it, and I'm sure that something was to always persevere, always try our hardest, and as you said, to never give up. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you. And some of you, please consider becoming sisters. We need you. Jesus needs you to walk with Him, to walk with us. God bless you all.
Mrs. Hume?
I would like to acknowledge this morning our principal, Mrs. Wine, our vice principal, Mr. Horton, our members of staff who are with us, our students who are the reason for the existence of Mount Alvernia High School, without whom we would not be here, without whom we would not be engaging in what promises to be a wonderful, wonderful program. I would like to acknowledge our very special guests, Sister Mary Andrew Campbell, Dr. Ann Lopez, the members of our Past Students Association who have been so critical, who have been such an awesome part of Mount Alvernia High School. And I'd like to acknowledge those parents who are with us today. And I would like to say welcome everyone to what is guaranteed to be a very interesting, a very comprehensive program, but one that is critical. So I'm going to encourage everybody to listen carefully. As part of the welcome, I'm going to do something slightly different. Many of us have not seen each other for more than a year in person, face to face. So ladies, I am going to ask all students of Mount Alvernia right now, open the chat for me, please. And I want you to say a quick welcome in a nice, unique way without using the word welcome. I want you to say welcome to one student you have not laid eyes on since last year, March. Right now, very quickly in the chat, staff members and our special guests, I am going to ask that you also do the same thing, but you select anyone at all that you see here as a participant, someone you did not know. We all have 60 seconds to complete this activity. Let's see if we're good students. Everyone, just a quick welcome without using the word welcome. All right, that's an interesting one. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Was good. I did not know that was a way to say welcome. I just learned something. All right, still coming in. Aloha, I'm seeing some other languages. All right, lovely. Everyone, please feel welcomed. This program is for you. It is for you to benefit from in terms of content. Yes, it is also for you to connect with each other. So I want us all to have a wonderful day, a productive day, to learn much, because there is much information really for us to benefit from today. So have a wonderful day, feel welcomed, and I look forward to seeing everybody staying with us throughout the course of the day. Thank you, Mrs. Barnes. I will hand over back to you.
Good morning, everyone. The task of introducing our first guest speaker for today's proceedings is indeed a great privilege. She is a critical educator, author, and researcher, dedicating close to 30 years of her life to teaching. She is currently a professor of educational leadership and policy at the University of Toronto and believes in an education system that allows all students to learn and thrive. From presenting her research at conferences across the globe to even writing several books, she is truly a visionary leader who connects theory to practice. She draws her inspiration from her grandmother, who she describes as her guiding light. Ladies, please assist me in welcoming Dr. Ann Lopez.
Wow, thank you so much. And I think, thank you, Joanne. And I think you forgot to mention that I am a graduate of Mount Alvernia High School.
Yes, yes.
Yes, please do not ask me the date because, of course, you know, this melanin ages well. So, but before I start to share with you and welcome everyone, I am coming to you this morning from a place called Caledon, Ontario. And what we do here in Canada and around the world is first to acknowledge that we are on Indigenous lands. And because I work at the University of Toronto, and that is something we take so seriously, I just quickly want to say that I acknowledge that I'm living and working on Indigenous lands here in Canada, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to do that. As a descendant of the enslaved, I also, before I do anything, invite my ancestors into the space. Our ancestors, we are here because some of our ancestors made it. And so we always draw on their spirit and draw on their knowledge. So I welcome our ancestors into the space to be in community with us this morning. So yes, welcome. And I am just excited. I cannot tell you how excited I am. So thanks to Sister Mary Andrew for that amazing devotion and for calling us and inviting us into service. Thanks to Principal Wine and of course, Dawn Chin, who is one of Mount Alvernia's amazing alumni, along with others alumni, to really be after me and to invite me into this space. Thanks, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Barnes, and everyone, all the students and parents and teachers who are with us this morning. So what I'm going to be sharing with you is a little bit intertwined with my own journey, and hopefully you will find some inspiration from that, students. And so I was a classroom teacher, and of course now I'm a professor. But it is so very important to recognize the value of education. And that's why I also acknowledge all of our other presenters who are going to share some ideas and some stories. And really, hopefully, you'll walk away with some things that you can do in your own lives. I have to say, I am standing here in front of you. So I'm from a little place called Westmoreland in Jamaica. I am here because of Sister Eloise Marie. Sister Eloise was my principal. One of my principals was when I was at Mount Alvernia. And we know from research, we know from our experiences, all a child needs in school to be successful is one caring adult. Not two, not 100, not 50, one caring adult. And I ask all of the teachers here this morning, when you read my biography, so let me put it this way. When I was at Mount Alvernia, I was a smart, bright, intelligent, funny, talk too much, talkative, never listened, never sat down, never followed the rules student. But that's okay. We now know that we're to love all of our students and what they bring. We are to embrace them. We're to engage them. We are to draw them in. School must be a space of invitation. And so when the students make mistakes, we are here for them. And so I'm just going to say, I am a professor today because of one caring adult, Sister Eloise Marie. And I know she's looking down. I can visualize her now. I can still see what she was wearing with all of her keys and things hanging down her side as we were going through the halls of Mount Alvernia. She, to me, was that one caring adult in high school, why I'm here. No matter what was happening to Anne Spence, Sister Eloise saw me for who I was and my potential. And I know sometimes it is very difficult when we're dealing with young people who just are bent on going in their own direction. That's when us now as critical educators say, students must not only belong, we must hold them, give them love, give them care, give them compassion so they can thrive. So I just want to say that also, as I'm here today, I also just want to take a moment to remember some of my amazing teachers. Mrs. Bell was my home economics teacher. She was amazing. Mrs. Bell taught me about Richard foods. I have not forgotten how to make a plate colorful. And by the way, she was just caring. I just have to, Mr. Atkinson taught me economics. And so those are the people who really impacted. So one of the messages students and teachers and parents, I want to start off by sharing with you this morning as we're looking at Careers Day, is that teachers do make a difference. They do make a difference. And so students, sometimes, like I did when I was a student, I thought what my parents and some of my teachers were telling me were really, I didn't want to listen. But I'm going to say to you, sometimes you have to listen even though the message is not what you want to hear. And sometimes it is very difficult. And I know today it's in 2021 when students have TikTok and social media, and I'm on social media as well, that oftentimes peer pressure gets in the way. But I just want to say that my experiences at Mount Alvernia, when I left Mount Alvernia, I actually went straight to teachers to university. I left high school and drove straight to the University of the West Indies. And when I was done, I actually went to teach at Alpha. I was a teacher at Alpha for about 2 years. And really, it was just a joy, by the way, at that time. At that time, I was barely a couple of years older than some of the students I was teaching. But education has always been my passion. It has always been my energy. And as you've heard, my grandmother was my first teacher. And so for me, schooling and education, what I do now, must be a space where all students can thrive. And that is what I work to do now, because we do know that the system tends to marginalize some students, whether they're poor or they do not speak the language properly, and so on. And so as I share some ideas with you this morning, I hope students, I hope that you will see in me that you can make it. I was suspended. Sister Eloise saved me from expulsion. And so I am trying to say to you, who you are now is not what you're going to be 20 years from now. So know, believe in yourselves, and know that you too will contribute and will be successful in society and in life. And so it's really so very important. And I just want to share a little bit about my own story, and to how I got here, just a little bit. So of course, I went to Mount Alvernia, then I went to UWI, then I went into teach at Alpha, and then from there I went into banking. And can I tell you something, students, is some of the things I want to share with you today, and parents as well, and teachers and so on. I was sitting, so after I migrated to Canada, in the Royal Bank one day, and I literally said to myself, if I were to die, is this what I really want to be doing? And the answer was no. Would you believe I got up, applied to Teachers College, took a massive pay cut, and here I am today. I followed my passion. So what I'm going to do now is just to share four things that I'd like you to walk away with. And I'm going to use the storytelling method. I'm not going to be lecturing at you students, because we are Jamaicans. We understand our history. We understand our ancestry. We understand that there are no greater storytellers in the world than a Jamaican, because everything was told to us by our grandparents or aunties or uncles. We live through and by the stories. And I'm going to ask you, please, to cherish those stories. So I'm going to share my slides, only four, and really, hopefully, that when you leave here, because I am not an educator that likes to now tell students what to do. I really am an educator now that believes that we must engage our students to really see value in what we're trying to have them think about. And we've learned that. We've learned that pedagogy has changed over time. I hope there is no teacher that goes in front of a room now and basically dole out content knowledge. because engagement is not in the hands of the students, it's in the hands of the teacher. And so I'm going to be using the storytelling fashion just to share a few ideas with you. Can you see my slide?
Yes, Miss.
Okay. So, first of all, the building you're seeing to the right-hand side, that's where I actually work. That's on 252 Bloor Street here in Toronto. And we can't be there now because of COVID. And so I really want to set the context. And when I looked at the title of today's activities and the whole day, and really advancing career path despite tremendous challenges, I really want to focus on two things, students. There is hope, there are challenges, but I also want to focus on hope and possibility. So make sure you're writing down on your smartphones, wherever you're doing. When you leave here today, we must leave knowing at the end of this day, when you listen to all of your presenters, all of your teachers, Sister Mary, your principals, that you're leaving with hope. Because out of these challenges will be hope. My grandmother used to tell me, out of conflict comes collaboration. And so this picture for us, for me at least, really reminds me all the time. I do not forget where I'm coming from so that I can know where I'm going. A word I'm going to, hopefully, some of you might know, it's called Sankofa. Sankofa. Google it when I'm done. It's an Agan word out of Ghana, which means reach back, fetch, so that you can move forward. That's a word that grounds people of African ancestry so that we never forget where we're coming from. So when I go to Oise and I go down to Toronto and I'm invited into spaces and I go to Korea and I go all over the world to speak and to talk, I never forget that I am who I am because I got a solid foundation in Jamaica at Mount Alvernia and at the University of the West Indies, but I had a grandmother who believed in me and who made sure that I succeeded. So really, students, Sankofa, go back and fetch to move forward. So that's the first thing, or maybe the second thing I hope you take away. So challenges, yes, but use challenges as hope and possibilities. And so I want to share with you 4 key things that I'd like you to take away. Again, so the big basket of things you're taking away in terms of advancing your career possibilities while we're fighting COVID. And with COVID, we've had people losing their jobs. My sister still runs a restaurant in Montego Bay, Pork Pit. That's Linda is my sister. Business is rough. I come to Jamaica all the time. My last trip before COVID was to be in Jamaica to be at a conference at the University of the West Indies. And so these are indeed difficult times, but do not lose hope. So the first thing I want you to take away, or one of the things from Career Day, is really this idea, sounds very simple, but of following your passion. And I know it might be a cliche, but it's meaningful. And so how I'm going to talk to you about that is using myself as an example. And as I told you, when I was 3 years old, I was kind of teaching the chair and anything that would listen. I was kind of beating it too, but we don't do that anymore. But really, I knew early on I had a passion for teaching, a love of teaching, a love of being in community with others. And I mentioned to you earlier on that when I was at the Royal Bank, although I was making a great salary, everything was great. It didn't, the term I use is, it didn't set my house on fire. I wasn't sort of loving it. I like to use the term, it wasn't juiciful to my soul. I wasn't in it. When painters talk about painting and how they enjoy it and they love it and they're in it, and actors talk about the joy of acting, I wasn't feeling the joy of banking. And so I got up and followed my passion. Now, let me say a little bit about following passion. Sometimes it's not easy to do because the context in which we live doesn't allow it. So, for example, there might be no money, there might be no resources, there might be no supports, there might be people telling you, oh, don't do that. You know, my own nephew who is here now, he wants to be a movie person. There's no money in it. And he came to talk to me and I said, nephew, follow your soul and your passion. Don't go be a firefighter if that's not what sets your house on fire. So when I say follow your passion, I know sometimes there might be challenges and there might be difficulties. What I'm trying to say to you students is know what that is and never give up pursuing that, because the joy that comes from that will also help you to overcome the challenges. And I'm going to just say something as a former classroom teacher. The worst thing anyone could have in life is a teacher who should never be a teacher. And I have had some of those, believe me. They do more harm than good. The worst thing we could ever have in life is a teacher where teaching is not their passion. Because when teaching is your passion, even though that student is really not getting what you're trying to teach, they're not understanding the concepts, they're asking a million questions, they are not coming to class late, they're not doing the homework, the teacher, where teaching is their passion, then goes deep and find the love for that student and recognize that, let me go a little further to encourage that child to find hope and to find some success. You know, it's so very, very important. So students, I hope, and you know, by now you're in high school, that you've begun to think about what sets my house on fire. What do I like? And I really want to just share with you what Steve Jobs says. And you all know who might know who Steve Jobs was. And you know, he's the founder of Apple. Everybody's holding on to an iPhone now. And he says the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it, keep looking. I really, really want to leave you with that one. Keep looking. And remember that it might not, what your passion and your love might not necessarily lie in the subjects that you're taking. You know, you might not necessarily find it within the walls of the content of your subject area. And that's why it's important, as Sister Mary Andrew was saying, to listen, to learn, to open your minds, to really embrace new ideas. So I really would like to leave you with that. So students, you have homework. You know, I was a teacher. I told you I was a teacher. I'm giving homework. So your first homework is, if you haven't sort of connected with what your passion is, kind of start thinking about it, reflecting on it. The second idea I want to leave with you is that is this whole idea of not allow setbacks to set you back. And this is so very important, to use your setbacks to do better. And this is a quote here. What I have here is from Stacey Abrams. And if those of you who might not be aware of Stacey Abrams, she's an amazing Black woman in the United States who really took on this a system to create change and to sort of register people to vote, and really trying to make a difference in terms of how Black and marginalized people in the United States are participating in the electoral process. And this is very important for us as Jamaicans. You know, Jamaica has, you know, we can experience setbacks every day, even coming to school, walking to school, driving to school. Students experience setbacks all the time. I read the Jamaican news all the time. I know how difficult it is with the way it seems to me and seems to many that the social fabric seems to be pulling apart at the edges, where it seems sometimes in Jamaica as if life is not as valuable as it should be. And from some students, you know, there are setbacks. There can be, you get a low grade, your teacher wasn't kind to you as the teacher should have been, and that hurts a lot. I know, I'm speaking from experience. I know when teachers are unkind, how awful that can be. And I also know the scars never leave you. In the same way I remember Mrs. Bell and all of her kindness and the other teachers, it's the same way I remember some of those who were grossly unkind as well. And so, but do not let those setbacks keep you back. Use them as a way to do better. So what I'm going to ask you students to do is to think about some of the setbacks that you've had on your journey. Maybe it's money. Maybe it's, sometimes home is not what we want it to be. Sometimes, things are difficult. Sometimes, you have to wear that pair of shoes a little longer because there's no money to buy a second one. Sometimes, I will not share my stories about my uniforms at Mount Vernon when I grew them out and they were short and we didn't have enough money to get a new one. But all of those things can be seen as setbacks, resources, the lack of resources. And so students, as you think about career day and you think about some of the challenges, remember, as I think it was Sister Mary Andrew was saying, it's not the things that we possess that make us who we are. It is what we do in life, and it is what we put our life to and the service that we engage in. So I know it's difficult for some students, more difficult than others, but please, I'm encouraging you, when you come up on a setback, cry if you need to. It's okay. It's okay to cry. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to grieve. Those are all emotions that we must embrace, but do not stay there. Do not let that define your future. So think about always how you're going to overcome. And I'm going to share with you something my grandmother said to me. She told me, Anne, whenever you come to a problem, she always said to me, if you run to a mountain, never run back. We never turn back. She says, always find a way to go around it. And if you can't go around it, start digging. And she also told me, and my grandmother told me this, and it has never left me. She said, Anne, aim for the stars, because if you fall, you will fall on the trees. If you aim for the trees and you fall, you're going to fall on the ground. And so when I encountered setbacks in my life, I always remembered my grandmother's stories, her message to me of aiming for the stars so that I could fall on the trees, and really to use that as a way of moving forward. And I'm going to share with you one setback I had. When I came to Canada, I went to to a job at Air Canada. I never got the job. And I thought, oh my goodness gracious, I was so upset. I was upset for weeks. I felt weak. I was one of the 2 finalists, and I felt, and you know what? It maybe was a blessing, because here I am today. So I said, okay, maybe that was not for me. Let me grieve, let me be sad, but let me now think different. Let's say, okay, maybe go back to finding my passion. So students, do not let those challenges that you're going to have in life define you. Do not let them keep you back. Do not let them hold you back, no matter what it is, no matter what it is. And what I'm going to say to that as well, because I do not want it to be just theory and a cliche. I really am sharing with you that in those moments of challenge and in those moments of setbacks, find someone who you can trust to talk to. Because sometimes some of the setbacks are so deep that we can't tell everyone. We can only trust one person. My grandmother used to say to me, Anne, sometimes you have to talk to the wall. But I'm not going to suggest you talk to the wall. I'm going to suggest you find one person that you can trust. And I know teachers, when I was a teacher, when I was a school administrator, principal, students would tell me things, and they would tell me things in trust. Now, there are some things in the law, they tell me if your parent hit you, I can't not tell anyone. By law, I have to report. But if a student came and shared some deep-seated something, that is not a legal matter. It's not for me to go blabbing my mouth and sharing what that student just told me. And oftentimes, students can't find the adult to where they can share those deep hurt and pain, that they can deal with it and then overcome it to move on. So students, Make sure you have a trusting adult that you can share your setback with. And remember, no matter what it is, it does not define you. All you're going to do is use that experience to move forward. The next thing I'm going to share with you is this idea of keep educating yourself, keep learning, keep educating yourself, keep learning new skills and knowledge. And I found this from these pictures from the internet, and I like what it says, keep educating yourself. And, I'm going to, again, share my own ideas around that for you. And so I told you, when I graduated university, I went to teach at Alpha. And by the way, some of you might ask, so why did you leave Alpha to go to banking and then back into high school teaching? The honest reason was I got married very young, and the teaching salary in Jamaica was just not enough to pay mortgage and everything. And I said to myself, good grief, if anything happens, I cannot even pay to keep roof over my head on this salary. So I'd better find something else that can do that. And so that again, when we talk about setbacks and we talk about passion and so on. And so, I went into banking. It wasn't my passion, as I mentioned, but I learned and I was good at it. And so the idea I'm trying to share with you students is this idea that we have a saying in Jamaica: take what you get until you get what you want. And so your passion is that big thing that you're going after. Like me, my passion was to be a teacher. But in the meantime, I was a banker. And it really has helped me. But it meant I had to learn new skills. I had to learn a whole different set of knowledge about finance. Now, I must say it was not that hard because my first degree was in economics. And so I worked with numbers and understood that. And I had a great economics teacher. And so it's so important, students, that when your teachers encourage you to broaden, to read more. And, I worry a little bit, students, that sometimes students are not reading widely enough. When I was growing up in Jamaica, I was saying to a friend of mine we were driving yesterday, when I was growing up in Westmoreland, in Mount Stewart, we never had television. And the first time I saw TV, I was looking to find the people's feet. I was like, oh my goodness, look at this. And but I was just saying to him, and I was talking to my aunt, how I was reading all those stories in the old Gleaner newspaper about Paul Bogle and Sam Sharp. And I was reading all of the little books we had in the house. I read them. If I wanted to transfer myself to another country, another world that I didn't know I would even visit, I read the books. And so, students, I encourage you to read. Please read. Everything is not on a smartphone. Everything is not, when you Google, please be careful what you're Googling, because somebody puts something on the internet doesn't make it so. I encourage you. I am where I am because I read. I read everything I could lay my hands on. Things that, you might not go read about astrophysics. Go read things that you're not learning in school. So I am going to suggest to you some things that you should read. Make sure you read Paulo Freire, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, where he talks about ways in which education is supposed to lift up. It gives you a new perspective on education. Make sure you read those. Make sure you read the history of your ancestors. We were descendants of the enslaved, taken, most of us, our ancestors, from West Africa. How many of us, I'm here in Toronto, half the black, well, I would say a great deal of black students can tell you about 50 Cent and Diddy. They know nothing about Marcus Garvey. Nothing. Some of them don't even know he was a Jamaican. The students do not know where Timbuktu is, even though my grandmother used to say, why you take so long to come back from shop? You went to Timbuktu? I didn't know where Timbuktu was. I didn't know Timbuktu is the name of a city in Mali on the continent of Africa. And by the way, make sure we say continent of Africa. It's the biggest continent with 56 countries. So please, again, read upon your history. read up on where your ancestors came from, and then you can begin to really have that knowledge to inform your life's journey. I am telling you, it has opened my eyes. You know, this here, my hair that's hanging down here is my hair. This is my real dreadlocks that is grown and I've come to love. And I tell you, students, you know, I'm not saying all of you must wear dreadlocks or whatever, but I wear natural hair and I love it because it's my natural hair. It's who I am. And I'm going to tell you, I said to myself, and I tweeted about it the other day, the moment I had a job where I could stop straightening my hair and begin to love myself was the moment of my own decolonization and my own freedom as a Black woman. And I should say to you, students, I walk in this world as a Black woman unabashedly, unashamedly Black, and live through the knowledge of my ancestors. So I am encouraging you to keep learning new skills, new knowledge, learn and grow and step out of your comfort zone. And I'm watching the time here, so I'm going to quickly wrap up. And so I think it's John Lennon that says, I keep learning, listening, growing, and experimenting. So I have more homework for you. And if I were to come back in 6 months' time, students, what new knowledge did you learn in the last 6 months? You need to go out, promise me, all of you, pick up a book, anywhere you can find it, on something that you know nothing about and start reading. And the last thing I want to share with you, or maybe the second to last, is not to be afraid of change. This is really important for me. You know, when I left Jamaica to come to Canada, it was literally by accident. You know, I kind of sponsored myself here. I came to a wedding. It was nice. It was not the United States. Nobody was following me around in the store. Oh my goodness, it was clean. I came in the summertime and this is okay. This is a place that looks like I could be. So I came back and I filled out a form to come to Canada to do an MBA. I was working at the National Commercial Bank at the time. And I honestly came to Canada with no intention of staying. I came with an intention of getting an MBA and going back home to be at NCB. But when I came to Canada, you know, unlike Jamaica, nobody cares about what you have, what you wear. Nobody sees you on the big highways. You're just another person. But when I came to Canada, I had to learn. It was, first of all, it was cold the first time snow came. I had to learn how to drive on the right-hand side of the road, not the left-hand side of the road. I was coming from a big job at the National Commercial Bank. And here I was having to go find a little job just to make some money in order to live. So I had to put all of that. It was really, really quite a change. And one of the things that drives me today, students, to whenever I come upon an issue or a problem, is like, if I could leave Jamaica with all of the life I had to come to Canada 35 years later and to survive and to thrive, then it means that maybe somewhere along the line, I learned not to be afraid of change. So, and I'm that kind of person. So students, do not be in the box. Do not worry about what's around the corner. Be open to discovery. Please, I ask of you. One of the things that I in my own education, working with students that have helped some people back, we say sometimes they're lucky. Professor I had once said to me, Anne, luck is where opportunity meets preparation. Students, be prepared. Remember, nobody's giving us anything, but when the opportunity comes, be open to taking it. So for example, somebody might send you an email and says, the University of Toronto has a scholarship for grade 12 students coming from the Caribbean, fully paid for. Why would you not take it? Oh, I don't want to leave home. I don't want to do. Students, please, I implore you, when opportunities come, take it. Never be afraid of change. And if you can see the screen here that Nelson Mandela talks about, I've learned that courage was I'm trying to read it for you here. I've learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. And sometimes not wanting to change or embrace new possibilities, it's fear. And so the brave man, and I'm just going to edit Nelson Mandela's here to say brave man / woman is not who does not feel afraid, but she who conquers that fear. And so do not be afraid of change. So students, remember, luck is where opportunity meets preparation. So you have to be prepared. Do your homework, do your assessments, do your assignments, read, listen to your teachers, do all of what you have to do. And when the opportunity comes, even though the end goal might not be visible to you, do not be afraid of change. Do not be afraid. Because here's this, only one of two things can happen. Either it's going to go amazingly well, and yay for that, or it might be a setback. But remember, setbacks is a way of learning, because we also learn from failure. So don't worry about failing. Don't worry about trying something and it doesn't work out. Always never be afraid of change. And so I want to wrap up with you this morning with, I'm sure everybody knows who this is. It's Michelle Obama. And students, as I'm speaking to you, I went ahead too quickly. Sorry for that. I'll just go. Oh, wow. I went too far. Sorry, students, about that. I accidentally closed my thing, but maybe I'm going to follow the universe and I'm going to stop sharing, because sometimes the universe leads you where you need to go. So I'm just going to read what Michelle Obama said for you. And she says, always stay true to yourself and never let what somebody else says distract you from your goals. Let me repeat. Always stay true to yourself and never let what somebody else says distract you from your goals. So students, as we sort of embrace today, you have many speakers who are going to bring many ideas to you, many things to consider. Listen, as Sister Mary Andrew says, listen with open hearts, actively, and always say, now what can I take away from this? And I know in Jamaica, the reason I ended with that Michelle Obama's quote is because I understand Jamaica. And I know so well in Jamaica how it, we tend to see what others are doing. We tend to see what others have. There's, and we sometimes worry about resources that others might have that we don't have. And I'm telling you, students, I grew up in Westmoreland, Jamaica, on land. Yes, I was running around, I was free, but we never had 10 cars. I didn't dream that I would be on an airplane, but my grandmother and my parents gave me love. So remember that oftentimes it's not the physical resources that we need, but really it's the love, it's the empathy, it's the care, it's the encouragement. So I want to leave you with those 4 things just quickly, and you have homework because I'm coming back next year to ask how you're doing. I just want to make sure that you really understand to follow your passion. Never let setbacks keep you back. Always keep learning and educating, and always do not be afraid of change. And of course, remember that life is there for you to embrace, to take, to hold on to. And all of you students who are listening, you all can be professors too. Remember, you all can be professors too. And if not professors, you can be astronauts, you can be physicists, you can be drama teachers, you can be math teachers, you can be sisters and go join the convent. But remember, all of you have the potential to be who you want to be. Thank you so much. This has been a great opportunity and joy to be back to Mount Alvernia to share some ideas. And I know Sister Eloine is saying, yes, and I know you could do it. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. On behalf of the grade 10 to 13 cohorts and our members of staff, we would like to say thank you to you, Dr. Ann Lopez, for your impact on our perspectives today. We acknowledge the privilege we have received of being able to listen to your teachings and that come from a place of wisdom, experience, and care. Thank you so much for your time and good energy. We thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It is with great delight that I introduce to you our second speaker for the day, Mr. Shane Palmer. Shane Palmer is currently the Senior Labor Market Analyst at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. He has 15 years of experience as a labor market analyst in the government sector and has conducted research on labor market trends, National Employment Report, Steps to Work study, as well as the National Labor Market Surveys. These reports, among others, continue to provide the Jamaican government with critical information relating to the creation of employment. Mr. Palmer first obtained his Bachelor of Science in Sociology and Psychology at the University of the West Indies in 2005 and thereafter acquired his Master's of Science in Sociology in 2010 also at UWI. Shane Palmer is an avid lover of sports, no doubt from his involvement in extracurricular activities at his alma mater, Kingston College, as well as in his community. And so, without further ado, I welcome to you all Mr. Shane Palmer.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just let me try and share this screen with you guys. Everybody seeing the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, awesome. All right, it's a pleasure to be here with you guys this morning. It's always a pleasure, being with Mount Alvernia. Over the years, I've been there physically, to do presentations and all, but things have changed and, we have to do things remotely now via technology. But nonetheless, you guys have a special place in my heart because, of our relationship over the years. So today I'll be doing a presentation to you guys to inform you of what is happening in the labor market. As the title of the presentation says, Trends in the Labor Market. So we'll be looking at what is happening in the labor market. Okay, so as I said, the objective says we'll be looking at what the labor market information is about, trends in the labor market, types of jobs which are in demand. We'll be looking at the concept known as the future of work, as well as entrepreneurial opportunities. What does labor market information entails? It generally entails information about employment, unemployment rates. And as you can see right here, the unemployment rate as at January 2021 was 8.9%. And we know that based on the news and the whole issue of COVID, a lot of persons have lost their jobs. Because if you compare this figure to what unemployment rate was at the beginning of last year, it was 7.2%. So throughout last year, a lot of persons would have lost jobs in various sectors. But the data is also showing that unemployment is back to trending down because a lot of businesses have been finding ways to stay afloat, to adjust, and as well as adjust to the change in time. So in the last quarter of 2020, the unemployment rate was actually 10.2%. So as I said, it you can see that it's been trending down. Where to go to get labor market information? You can get labor market information by the news. You can also get it from reading the newspaper and Observer as well. And also you can get labor market information from our LMIS website. And the Ministry of Labor and Social Security has what is known as a labor market information system. And there you see the website address right here. And the website, and on this website, you can go and register as a job seeker and post your resume and search for jobs. The website also allows for employers to register and search for candidates. So it has a job matching element to it. So I would encourage persons to register on the website. Also, the website provides labor market information. So we have a number of studies that we have done, trends in the labor market, emerging jobs, major projects that are providing employment, also provide you with information on career, how to plan a career, how to write resumes, so tips for resume writing and all these things. All these information are on this website. So I implore upon everyone to visit the LMIS website. Everybody good so far? Whitney?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, good. All right, so now we're now looking at some of the growth areas in the labor market. We have what is known as business process outsourcing, creative industries, animation and film, construction, manufacturing, energy and mining, and cybersecurity. Which bright person can tell me what business process, what is their idea of business process outsourcing? Anyone? Anyone ever heard about business process outsourcing before? All right, anybody here of call centers?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So the call center operation is a part of the whole idea of BPO operations. So the business process outsourcing involved is really where one company subcontracts the services of their operation to another company. So for example, you have a small business and you want a company to provide human resource. You don't have human resource at your business, but you subcontract those services to another company to provide human resource activities on your behalf. If you notice, sometimes that you call like Digicel or your flow company for service, and you notice sometimes the person that you're speaking with has a different accent, and clearly you know that that's not a Jamaican. So you know that they have subcontracted the services of another entity to provide customer service related and technical support on their behalf. Body clear on that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So in Jamaica, so the BPO is one of the fastest growing industry in Jamaica. And as the information there suggests, there are over 60 companies in Jamaica that are offering BPO services, employing more than 39,000 persons. And if you look down to the right bottom of your screen, you can see the number of employees in the BPO sector. Notice that in 2015, there were 17,000 persons employed in the sector. And you notice that over the years, it has trended upward, right? And you notice that in 2020, the figures stood at 39,000, right? And the types of business, as I said, there's like financial services, logistics, manufacturing, and so forth. But with COVID-19, that sector was also affected, but based on the setup of operations, and persons would have heard in the news about what took place at Alorica Business Place, right? But the sector has bounced back tremendously and has been facilitating over 30% of its workers now working from home. So this sector is one of the sectors that, despite the COVID-19, will continue to grow and expand. Now you have some entry-level positions within the sector. You have like operation team leaders, IT workers, customer service representative, data entry clerks, telemarketers. Now these positions are for like persons who are just like, leaving high school and so forth, because these positions requires a basic CXC level, like 4 to 5 CXC, including like maths and English. So, it's like, so this is a good starter job for somebody who has limited qualifications. So these are entry-level positions. But the BPO sector has been moving from this traditional call center operation to be requiring to what is known as knowledge process outsourcing, where they are requiring more higher level skills. And as a result of that, there's a greater demand for higher level persons with bachelor's degree and so forth, and higher level to perform job operations in areas as legal consultants, legal analysts, IT technicians, human resource staff, software engineering, program managers. So these are more of the high level skill jobs that are in demand within the BPO sector. We'll now be looking at the health sector. And we all know what is happening in Jamaica and the whole issue of COVID-19. And not just here in Jamaica, but all over the world. COVID-19 has put tremendous pressure on the resilience of many health systems around the world, and Jamaica is no exception. But the fact that COVID is here, it has created a demand for more workers in the health sector. And some of these workers is an increased demand for nurses, pharmacists, respiratory therapists, social workers, chiropractors, radiology technologists, diagnostic technicians, therapeutic technicians. So these are some of the areas that are in demand within the health sector. So these are good careers for persons to go into. Now, as I mentioned earlier, that COVID-19 has had negative impact on many industries or sectors in Jamaica. And most of these sectors that have been negatively impacted include like the tourism sector, which so those business operations that require face-to-face interaction, those are the ones that are more hard hit. So like tourism, entertainment, and so forth. These are industries that have been hard hit by COVID-19. But despite that, there are some industries that have been expanding as a result of COVID-19. These are transportation and logistics, communication and information technology, financial services, cybersecurity. And we'll be going into these some more. So the transportation and logistics. So transportation and logistics involves like aviation, like air traffic control system, maritime transportation, postal and shipping services, and so forth. And these are all aspects of transportation that have been growing in spite of COVID-19. And as a result, it has increased demand for businesses to find new ways of getting their goods and services to their customers. So there's an increased demand for truck drivers, dispatchers, maintenance and repair technicians, warehouse workers for storage. There's also the need for workers, for highway infrastructure, for maintaining these bridges and roads and so forth, because at the end of the day, persons want to get their goods and services to their customers in a very efficient way. And not only because of COVID-19, but this is where Jamaica was going. Because as we can see, before even COVID, we have numerous highways that have been built. We've been talking about Jamaica becoming a logistics hub and so forth. So these were things that were already happening and will continue to trend in that way because of globalization and the need for persons to efficiently and effectively move goods from one point to the next. Communication and information technology. This is a very, very broad and big sector. So with COVID-19, there's a need for more information to be spread to persons. So there's an increased need for workers involved in the media, for radio, television, and media service. There's a need for more persons in IT operations. So there's a need for more network operation staff, engineers, software and hardware engineers. So these are increased occupations within the communication and information technology sector. There's a need for persons to install, maintain, and repair machinery and so forth, and maintain and establish support services. Also, the financial service is one that is also growing despite COVID-19 because of the need to reduce level of face-to-face within the banking sector. There's a need for persons, there's a need for more machines. So more machines have been set up so that persons can go and do their transaction. So these machines also need maintenance. So you need workers to maintain these machines. You need persons for security operations. You also need persons who deal with production and distribution of debit and credit cards, so that operations can be reduced in terms of face-to-face. Now, one of the things that has happened as a result of COVID, and not only because of COVID, but technology has been growing. But COVID has fast-tracked the increased use of technology because there's more working from home and remote setup for persons to carry out their duties. There's more use of ATM machines and so forth to persons to conduct their business instead of going into the banks. Now, what this has resulted in is that there's a lot more scammers on the loose, persons, unscrupulous persons trying to steal persons' information, access their accounts, access company files and all these things. So because of that, it has fast-tracked the growth of the cybersecurity industry. The cybersecurity industry is one that is needed to safeguard against criminals and persons who are seeking to capitalize on this time, right? And here you have some type of jobs that are in demand within the cybersecurity industry. You have security engineers, malware analysts, security administrators, security architects. And these are very well-paid jobs globally. And I said, even before COVID-19, the cybersecurity industry had been taking off on a global level, because once technology is increasing, you're gonna have to have cybersecurity to prevent threat to operations and for personal identity. So these positions require at least a BSc or master's in computer science, computer engineer, or digital forensics or cybersecurity. These are well-paid jobs. The Ministry of Labor does what is known as labor market studies. And we interview employers all over Jamaica to find out what sort of jobs they have in demand, what sort of skills they need, what are some of the challenges that they face when they are trying to get staff. And what you see here is based on information from employers in terms of difficulty they face when hiring staff. Lack of work experience. 32% says lack of work experience. So I'll implore upon persons to always try to have some level of work experience, something to add on your resumes. You know, use your summers wisely to get a summer job and so forth. These things look good on your resume. And especially if it's in a field that you want to pursue, it is even better. Underqualified applicants is another issue. Bad impression during interviews. And the Ministry of Labor, once you register on the LMIS website, you can be eligible for on-the-job training. So persons, where we can do mock interviews and prepare persons for the labor market, right? There's the issue of compensation demands. So there's unrealistic compensation demands. So persons just enter the labor market demanding very high salary with very limited or little to no experience, right? So these are some of the issues that employers face when they're trying to hire staff. We ask them, what are some of the skills that are in high demand? Employers are looking for persons with literacy and numeracy skills, social media literacy, presentation skills, technology literacy, leadership, analytical, report writing, and foreign language is also a very, very critical skill to have. Ability to speak Spanish and Mandarin. Even the BPO sector has been transforming within and going in that direction where they're requiring persons who speak Spanish. The tourism sector also was heading in that direction where persons who were able to speak a foreign language had a distinct advantage of gaining employment. So I implore upon persons, please, to keep your foreign language that you're learning. Do not drop it. Have foreign language as part of your training for your future, for your life. And now, as I just mentioned, future, we'll now be looking at what is known as the future of work. And future of work is a concept, right? It's really here and around us. It looks at the forces that are driving the evolution of work and changes within the workplace. And some of the drivers of change would include, like technology would be a major driver of the future of work. And that will impact on the types of jobs that are in demand. About 10 to 15 years ago, many persons wouldn't have known about, like, typewriter would be something that existed like about 15, 20 years ago. Many of you now would not know what a typewriter is, right? Do you? Anybody know a typewriter?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but you don't really, typewriter is not really used anymore, right? Because of computers and so forth. I remember when we started having cell phones, we had like Nokia 3310 cell phone and some Panasonic phone. Many of you probably wouldn't even know those phones. Now we have phones that can do WhatsApp and Instagram and download all manner of apps and do all manner of things, right? So technology is one of the things that are affecting and is a driver of change for the future of work. There's also the issue of climate change, and there's also the whole issue of what is known as an aging population. These are some of the drivers that are influencing what is known as the future of work, and we'll be touching on those a bit. So I would say that technology is affecting the future of work. We see technology being used within business operations, automation of systems, artificial intelligence. So these are some of the things that the technology is affecting, and a lot of persons are scared of the technology because they believe that technology is replacing humans. But what the technology is saying is that persons have to reskill and upskill themselves, because at the end of the day, these machines, they can't be made by themselves, right? And these machines can't be maintained by themselves. So they require persons who have high level skills to develop these machines and also to maintain these machines. So all these robotics and all these automation and automated systems and so forth that are being developed, they require persons to develop these things, right? We see technology being used in the agricultural sector, with the drone technology and extractor machines and so forth. We see in the construction industry, where they're using automated pavers now, and they're even to pave the roads. So there's less use of the manual labor and more automated pavers now to pave the roads. In the tourism sector, we notice they're using auto fryers now. They're using smart apps, so persons can place their order through the apps. So you go to a hotel now, they don't necessarily have to come over to you to take your order. You can download the app and scan the scan bar and place your order, so that limits the need for excessive interaction as well. So these are where the technology is going and will be continuing to grow. As I said earlier, I spoke about robotics and automation, and some of the jobs that are in demand are robotics process automators, developers, and analysts. And there's a need for automation process engineers. So these are some of the occupations that are in demand. And I know that the University of West Indies, University of Technology, they have invested in automated training of persons, because I know that they have sent students abroad to participate in the robotics show. So these are very good areas that persons can get into to develop their skills. And as I said, this is a trend that is taking place not just here in Jamaica, but globally, where they are far ahead of us. Also, the animation is one of the growing industries also in Jamaica. And due to our because Jamaica, our rapid advancement in technology, and because of our close proximity to the US, Jamaica is one of the outsourcing destination for animation, where films are sent here to be further developed and sent back to the US. So there's a need for animators, persons who are very good at graphics and web design and character technical directors. So any of you who have those knack for use of technology, these are very good areas that are growing. 3D modelers. So the whole 3D technology and so forth is also continuing to grow here in Jamaica. And as I said, so persons can get into these areas because they are in demand. So if you're into technology, it's a very good area. We're now looking at aging and the future of work. What is happening in Jamaica, and not only in Jamaica, but around the world, is that a lot of countries are experiencing what is known as an aging population. One, persons are having less children, and also because there's a greater focus on health and wellness, persons are also living longer. So what we are having is that there's a greater need to take care of elderly persons. And we also see that with COVID-19, the elderly are also the most vulnerable persons to the virus, right? But persons who want to go into like entrepreneurship, you can businesses for elderly care, nursing homes and so forth will be good avenues for persons to go into. There's also increased demand for occupations in areas such as gerontologists, geriatric nurse, trained caregivers, dietitians, general physicians, palliative care nurses. So these are very good areas for persons to go into within the medical field. As I said, climate change is another major issue that is influencing future of work. We notice that a lot of times Jamaica, like other countries, are experiencing a lot of natural disasters. You know, sometimes we have excessive droughts, sometimes we have excessive rainfall and so forth. But what the world is realizing is that there's a need to reduce carbon emission and generate cleaner energy and and practice better conservation measures for use of energy. So we noticed that, for example, in Jamaica, we are investing more in renewable energy. So we noticed that there's more solar panel and businesses and so forth, and even persons' home, as well as wind energy and so forth. So these are measures that persons are using to reduce and utilize our natural energy sources. So that has created a demand for occupations such as energy conservationists, renewable energy conservationists, green project managers, structural aluminum workers, energy auditors. And we have those auditors here at the Ministry of Labor because the government wants to reduce its level of energy usage as well. The concept of green economy has emerged from the whole issue of climate change. And green economy involves really the efficient use of energy, reducing pollution and practicing, as I said earlier, utilizing renewable energy sources, cleaner, taking better care of the environment, right? So these are, so what we have noticed is that because of this change and mitigating strategies towards practicing utilizing natural resources and so forth, it has given rise to a number of occupations. So there's a need for engineers. So there's structural engineers, civil engineers, turbine engineers. There's a need for roofmen, for persons doing roofing, solar alternative technicians, solar installers, electricians. These are some of the occupations that are in demand. What we'll now be looking at is I just giving you these are something that we have on the website that persons can go and look at to see how you can chart your career, right? So we have career mapping information. So I just picked out a couple of them. So if you want to go into the construction field, right? You notice you can start out as a mason or a bricklayer. And you see the qualification very limited, just on the job training. Then you can become a site manager, so you can get a certificate from like the hard trust and so forth, like a level 2 certificate, right? They can move up to a contractor, they get a bachelor's degree in construction technology. They can move on to being a building surveyor. We have gained over 5 to 7 years experience, and you got a bachelor's degree in building surveying. And then you can move up to a civil engineer, where you can get a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. So this is how you can chart your way up within the construction sector. Health is also very important. So we'll look at the physical health work. They can start out as a gym instructor. We have like a certificate in fitness training, a level 2. They can move to like a personal trainer. We have a couple of years of experience. They can move up to masseuse. They can move up to a nutritionist. They can move up to a physiotherapist, where you can have a bachelor's degree in physiotherapy. IT is also an area that is in demand, right? So you can start out as a data technician, where you just have like 5 CXC subjects, right? They can move up to a lab technician, where you have an associate degree. They can move up to an IT administrator, where you have an bachelor's degree, you can become an IT manager. We have a master's degree along with 5 years experience. And you can become an IT consultant, which pays extremely well. We have a master's degree as well. So that's how you can chart your way within the IT sector. And as I said, these information are on the LMI's website. Not everyone will want to live in Jamaica and work in Jamaica. So what we have done some research to find out what are some of the job opportunities or what are some of the jobs that are in demand in the US. So for 2020, there's a need for application engineers, network technicians, pharmacists, cloud engineers, statisticians, registered nurses, home health aid workers. For Canada, there's a demand for software engineers, truck drivers. So they need for skilled workers in that area, healthcare workers, electrical engineers. And we notice that there's a growing demand for automation engineers and artificial intelligence engineers. So these are some occupations that are in demand in Canada 2020. In closing, I would like to implore upon persons to keep abreast of the changes that are taking place in the labor market. The labor market is not static, it is very dynamic, it is ever changing. A lot of things that are affecting the labor market, both internally and externally. So you always have to read watch the news, read the newspaper, go on our LMIS website. We have labor market news on there. We have studies on there that help to keep you up to date of what is happening in the labor market. Persons need to embrace the concept of lifelong learning, right? It's always important to always learning. So you always think of reskilling, upskilling. These are some of the concepts that are important in today's society. You must be willing to relocate. Life is not static. Things are not permanent. Everything is impermanent. So you always have to be willing to relocate where the jobs are. Importantly also, persons need to display professionalism at all times. Too many times employers complain that they will contact persons regarding a job, right? Persons see a private number calling them, persons answering the phone. Who this are calling me? Where you sent out a resume, you don't know who is calling. A lot of businesses use private numbers. Their numbers are not listed, right? But immediately employers get turned off by the way you answer the phone because you're not professional. Once you're in the labor market or looking to enter the labor market, you have to be professional. The email addresses sometimes persons put on resume is it's a big turn off for employers. Some people have champion boy at email at yahoo.com, sexygooders at gmail.com. These are very unprofessional email addresses, right? So it's very important for you to use a professional email address on your resume. And also important, we're living in a social media age, right? But it's also important how it is that the thing that you post on your social media. Employers are now looking on these pages to get an idea of the type of person that they're employing. And you can lose out on a job opportunity just by the thing that you have posted on your social media page. So it's very important to always display professionalism. Thank you very much.
Wow, just wow, Mr. Palmer. How informative and engaging was that presentation? It is evident that a lot of effort was placed into the creation of that PowerPoint. Good morning, everyone. I would like to openly thank you, Mr. Palmer, for further equipping us with the knowledge and information that will surely influence our decisions career-wise. And I do agree with you that having a foreign language gives an individual an advantage in the labor force. And also that technology is constantly evolving and that we should move with technology. You could have been anywhere, Mr. Palmer, but you chose to be here with us. And for that, we appreciate you. Thank you once more, and do enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure to be with you guys.
Mr. Palmer, could you just put the website address in the chat, please?
Sure, will do.
Yes, may I, Mr. Palmer? There are a few questions in the chat for you. If you could just stay around to address those questions, please.
Miss Brown? Sarita's item. One minute. Tiana Dinham, just go ahead and do the introduction of Mrs. Stevenson Daly.
Okay, Miss. Distinguished guests, our principal, Mrs. Wine, our vice principal, Mrs. Hume, and Mr. Horton, teachers, students, everyone present on this Zoom meeting, good morning to you all. Today, I have the privilege of introducing a prominent lady in the Jamaican society. Our chairperson for today is Mrs. Marlene Stevenson Daly, JP, MBA, BA Honors. Mrs. Marlene Stevenson Daly is a broadcaster with over 25 years of experience. She has produced and presented several radio programs and for the past 26 seasons hosted TVJ's Schools Challenge Quiz. She's affiliated with the Tourism Product Development Company Limited, TPDCO, since 1996 in several capacities. She is presently the company's corporate communication and community awareness coordinator and has been nominated 3 years in a row for the TPDCO's Manager of the Year Award, which she won for 2013 to 2014 and 2014 to 2015. Mrs. Stevenson Daly holds a Master's of Business Administration with a concentration in marketing from the University of Technology, Jamaica, a Bachelor's of Art in Mass Communication with honors from the University of the West Indies, a Diploma in Public Relations from the Jamaican Institute of Management, and certificates in Marketing and Project Management from the University of the West Indies and Events Management from the George Washington University. She has served on several boards, including the St. James 4-H Advisory Council, the Mount Alvernia High School Board of Management, and is the founding vice chairman of the John Rollins Success Primary School. She is a past distinguished president of the Western Knights Toastmakers Club, the past distinguished area governor and public relations officer for Toastmakers International District 81. She is also a distinguished Toastmaker. Her awards include the St. James 4-H Club Outstanding Contribution Award, the Kiwanis Club of Providence Outstanding Service to the Community and Contribution in the Field of Journalism Award, Fanfare International Award for Instructional Spanish on Radio, and the Best Academic Achievement Award from the Jamaican Institute of Management. Mrs. Stevenson Daly is an international certified coach for the Speakers Training Camp, a Justice of the Peace for the Parish of St. James, and is a proud alumna of the Mount Alvernia High School. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mrs. Marlene Stevenson Daly by utilizing the raise hand feature or the reactions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Ladies of Mount Alvernia, teachers, other presenters who may be online at this time, howdy. I'm really delighted to be with you this morning. And, you take me back, way, way back. I spent some very wonderful years at the Mount Alvernia High School, years that I treasure dearly. And I made friendships from as far back as 19. We can't call the year where we will date ourselves, but friendships that have been long and lasting. And I continue to watch my alma mater shine, and it's always a pleasure and a privilege for me to share with you. I just want to commend the speakers that have gone before. I had so many takeaways from both presentations, and really and truly, as our first speaker, Dr. Ann Lopez said, you never stop growing, you never stop learning. Knowledge is so important, and I learned a lot, and I was inspired in the two previous presentations, as I hope you were too. Now, because we have so much to cover, I'm hoping that we'll just take an opportunity to just stretch a little bit. Ooh, we don't want to be too zoomed out today, and we're going to just press on. And so our next presenter, I'll be taking care of business between now and lunchtime. And our next presenter, I want to share a little bit with you about her before she comes. Byrone Richards graduated from Mount Alvernia High, another graduate, and continued her studies at the University of the West Indies. There, she pursued a double major in human resource development and psychology. And immediately after graduating, she began lecturing in the management studies department of her alma mater. The following year, she was the recipient of the Organization of American States Scholarship. She pursued an MBA in the United States with a focus on the Chinese economy. A prerequisite, however, for this study was to complete a study abroad program in China. After completing this program, she remained in China for approximately 10 years, where you would never guess, but she opened the first hair salon for people of color in Shanghai. She successfully ran that business for 6 years. In 2019, she decided that technology is the future and a career change was in order. Changing careers, does that sound familiar? I'm sure I heard our first speaker talking about embracing change. And so she changed her career. But in order to actualize this, she decided to return to university, and she completed a master's degree program in artificial intelligence in the Netherlands. So she's a globetrotter. She finalized her studies just last year, November 2020, and has since been working in robotics. She is currently the project manager for the team that developed the first COVID-19 testing robots in the Netherlands. Mount Alvernia High School. Ladies, if you are ready, I want for you to put your hands together and make welcome Mrs. Byrone Richards, who's going to talk to us a little bit on artificial intelligence and robotics. Please make her welcome.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you loud and clear.
Hi, Mount Alvernia, right? I'm Bryone Richards, and I'm so happy to be on today, talking to you ladies. I just logged in, but I heard some very interesting facts from the presenter before, and I hope today I can add some value for you, some nuggets that you can take away in terms of potential career paths that you may be able to take. I have taken a very unusual path, and I hope that you find it interesting and a bit valuable, that you can actually learn something from the path that I've taken so far. So today I'm going to try and I want it to be more interactive than just doing a presentation. So I set up an actual robot that we are working on to present to our customer tomorrow. So we're actually finalizing this robot. I'd like to give a little presentation about that so you can see a little bit of live robotics. And I'll show you the COVID testing robot. It's a demo, so I can't actually run that system for you. And then there's another robot here that actually does testing for food products. So if there are any food products that a company would like to actually test the quality before they can send it out, then this robot that we've just developed actually does that. And then afterwards, if you have any questions in terms of the path which I took, what do you need as subjects, and what really do you study in school, then I can answer those questions if you have. Any questions so far? Hello?
No, miss.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna see if I can share a short presentation that I created. Now, give me a second, let me share. I've never shared my screen on my phone, so I'm gonna try and do that. Zoom, 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 zoom. Bear with me, please. I'm on my phone and I'm trying to share this video presentation, background. Is there an area where you share your screen? Here? Zoom on your phone? Share, okay. Screen. Can you see my screen now?
No, we're not.
No, okay.
Not yet.
I shared, so let's try again. Share content. Screen, yes. Broadcast, yes. Okay, now it's sharing. All right, can you see my screen now?
Yes, miss.
Yes, miss.
Okay. All right, so I'll briefly go over a career in artificial intelligence. I know a lot of times when individuals think of robotics, they basically think of social robots. So this robot is called Pepper, and this robot is called Now, and these are social robots. For example, the photo on the left, this robot is teaching this woman or instructing this elderly lady how to do exercise. And the photo on the right, now this robot is teaching a class. I actually did both in my studies. I had to program Pepper, the first one. So I programmed Pepper to teach baby how to read sign language, because as we know, I don't know if you know, but babies can actually do sign language before they can speak. So I came up with the idea, if you don't have a parent or the parent is busy, you could actually teach the robot to teach the baby how to speak in sign language before the baby could actually speak in real life. And so I programmed the robot to do that in one of my past projects. And I also program Now, and I program Now to teach kids how to do my head, my shoulder, my knees and toes. So that was kind of more fun. And I know that a lot of time when people think of robotics, they think of social robots. However, most of the robotics that we have today are industrial robotics. So you may have a robot in the kitchen, hotels, like the presenter before said, and you have robotics in the surgery. I actually work on a project where I help to improve a robot, a very, very expensive robot that they are currently using in surgeries. One of the advantages of using robots in surgery is recovery time. It's way higher because incisions are way smaller. So instead of, for example, the doctor is doing something with your kidney, instead of cutting you from left to right of your entire stomach, you make a very small incision with these robotic arms. So right here with the lady holding that in her arm, it's actually the robot that goes inside, make a small cut in the stomach and do the surgery. And the doctor is the one sitting in blue, and he's actually seen inside of the person through a small incision and actually performing the surgery inside the person's stomach. So I worked on a project similar to this in how to improve the relationship between the human and the robots within an actual surgery. Other famous robots are a lot in car manufacturing. So majority of the work now is actually not done by humans, it's actually done by robots in car manufacturing. And I'm really excited about Internet of Things. Internet of Things is where information is collected from many different areas within our society, from the roads, from the camera, from everything. And then you have analysis done and prediction based on all the information that is collected. And again, this falls under artificial intelligence. Here in Europe, especially the Netherlands, they use Internet of Things a lot in construction. So I did my internship in Heijmans here. It's a construction company, and they are the biggest construction company of the Dutch road. And what I learned during my internship is for Internet of Things, they put these chips in the road and it collects data. So it collects how many times a vehicle pass over the road in that particular spot, how heavy that vehicle may be, and it also tells when the road needs fixing. So, you know, in Jamaica, you have a lot of potholes. Well, in the Netherlands, I haven't seen a pothole yet because you have chips in the road, and it actually gives warning to Heijmans, the company I did my internship, and it says, well, there is a dent in the road and there's a 80% potential or 50% potential that a pothole may be forming, or that the drainage is skewed to the left or to the right, and we need to send somebody there and fix it. So basically the road is actually communicating back to the construction company. So Internet of Things is really important, and artificial intelligence can actually have very practical applications. So I wanted to ask one of my coworkers to do a live demonstration. I'm gonna need to figure out how to do this on my phone. I'm gonna stop sharing. And I'm gonna leave the questions till after so I can try and do the live demonstration. And let me see, I think I need to switch my camera. Okay, so this is the work area. Okay. Where's Yorit? Did he leave? Yorit, can you help me, please? All right, so for this robot, it's the seed picking robot that they use in the agriculture industry. And it's basically where the robot is going to pick seeds. They do it for DNA extraction, where they need to select certain seeds and use these seeds in the lab to extract DNA for germination purposes. So Yorit, my co-worker, he's going to give us a live demonstration. So here, the company, we came up with the idea, helped with the construction of the robot, and now Yorit is a software engineer, and he actually writes the code that is used with the hardware to execute the actual movement of the robot. So here it's picking a plate with corn. You guys can see the corn. There is a barcode scanner because, of course, we need to follow the data trend of the corn. pick another plate. So the first plate just held a bunch of corn, and then this microtoucher plate, it's where now the robot is going to select the corns and put it into specific wells. And then from there, persons in the lab can actually use the corn for DNA extraction or whatever other purposes they may have. So as I said before, most persons, when you think of robotics, they think of social robots, but I think 80% of the time in robotics, it's more industrial for purposes like this. And this robot arm, it's Denso and it's manufactured in Japan. So this is actually Japanese robotics arm. Here you can see a tool change rack because this machine will be picking 10 different seeds, and sometimes it may need a different tool rack because different size seeds, different tool rack at the end, and it can actually automatically change the tools in and of itself. So in an industrial robot like this, the goal is to have the robot run by itself without much human interference. So the person will, you have a large area here, and all these will have the wells. So you can actually have a full run probably for 8 hours without much intervention. You put the corn or whatever seed that you need to put and just leave the machine to run by itself. So that's the ultimate goal, because this is actually replacing humans who used to work in the lab and pick the seeds up by their hands one by one. So basically, that is it. And we use different seeds. So here, for example, we have sunflower seeds. So we'll also pick sunflower seeds in the end. All right, thanks, Yorit. And then here is the COVID robot. We don't have a working one here, but this is the COVID robot. If we look inside, we will have like the test tubes being kicked by the robot here and open. And the swab that we do at the testing area is usually in the test tube. It takes it out. It adds a solution that helps with analyzing the COVID swabs. And this is important because usually, this is 96 test tubes, and we can actually process the 96 test tubes from samples taken from persons who have done the COVID test in half an hour, where in reality that 96 before usually take anywhere from 2 to 2.5 hours by a human being to process. So this system really, the COVID testing robot has really sped up the testing process. And then over here, we have another robot. This one, yeah, they covered it up for the evening, but basically this one we test samples. So after the manufacturer has manufactured, these are like the milk that we used to drink when you're sick. I forgot the name, Ensure. So these are similar to Ensure, and they use them for persons who are sick in the hospitals. And they also do milk products. And before they send them out to the hospitals or before they send them out to the retailers, they have to test to make sure that the samples are okay. And we have created a robot from scratch that can actually pierce the top of these, take a small sample. They put the samples in these. So there's some yellow stuff because we're actually doing runs today. And then these are sent into the lab for analysis to make sure that the milk or the products are okay. So there ends my demonstration, and I'm open to taking any questions. If anyone wants to ask questions about career or how did I get here, what subjects I studied, please feel free to ask. Hello?
I'm seeing a lot of comments in the chat, Byroni. Very
Oh.
interesting. Wow, Jamaicanese, one of those, that sort of thing. Amazing, wonderful. But I'm also seeing what are the requirements, the subjects, please.
Okay.
And where did you go right after high school?
I went to Kamsi, so I did my 2 years under the mango tree. I would never send my child to Kamsi. Totally waste. I wasted every bit of time, but yes, those as well. So I went to Kamsi for 2 years, and then I went directly to UWI.
And what are the subjects that are required and years of study?
All right, for which career path? For the one I just presented?
Yes, I think for the artificial intelligence robotics.
Okay. Okay, so for that,
and was it extremely hard? Was it extremely hard?
I could say it was the hardest thing I've ever done in my entire life. It was really challenging because I did not have a programming background. So the fundamentals that you need to have is mathematics, statistics, physics, and computer science programming, some programming background. For me, I did not have a programming background, but I did have a solid statistics background. I actually tutored and lectured statistics at UWI. So I had that strong background.
How difficult was the transition for you?
The transition was very difficult because I had not been in the classroom for 10 years before I started this study. So it was really, really difficult. And the Dutch system is extremely stringent and difficult. They are known to have one of the best education systems in the world. And the requirements they have on students are very high. But the bottom line is, if you want to go into a field like this, you have to have mathematics, physics, statistics, and computer science.
You all see commitment. That's one person's comment. I need to have some of her motivation and determination.
But it's fun. It's actually fun. The projects here are very interesting. We do projects a lot for the major Fortune 500 companies, 3M, BASF, Bayer. You will see these companies on your pharmaceuticals and stuff like that. And because we're a small company here, what we do are really difficult projects that large companies don't want to invest in. So we really do some super cool projects, and it's very interesting, yeah. And
Great.
artificial intelligence is not only about robotics, it's also about, for example, I just launched my own startup in the Netherlands. It's called Demiser. And we have created a software for data anonymization. So due to GDPR restrictions about collecting data from your customers, so private data, your age, your address, your telephone number, more and more societies are getting very strict that you can collect this data, but you cannot share it, nor can you use it in certain way. So myself and two classmates, we have developed anonymization software that companies can actually anonymize the private information of their customers and thereby have the opportunity to use more of the data to make decisions and predictions. So in artificial intelligence, I studied deep learning. So deep learning, I also studied like self-driving cars, things like that, about developing algorithms for self-driving cars and for data anonymization. So that's also part of artificial intelligence.
Yes. Fabulous, fabulous. Well, I'm seeing all kinds of comments coming up in the chat, and our students seem to be really enjoying this presentation. I know the fear of physics is real for a lot of them. And so they're being encouraged by their colleagues.
I didn't study physics. I didn't study physics.
All right. Well,
I think you can create your own path. You don't have to take the straight path that everybody did. So for example, for me, I'm not from a science or mathematics background, but I did actually I did my math in high school, but I didn't do A-level math or anything as that. I didn't do any other math subject apart from statistics in university. And so, but because of my background in business and my strong academic record, so I had, I think, 13 subjects coming out of Malta Vernia. I had a double major first class honors coming out of UWI. When I did my master's, again, summa cum laude coming out of my master's. So the point is to ensure that you have whatever you're good at, you have a strong academic background in that.
Yes. Was it difficult to get into the industry?
Yes. Well, no, not for me, because the reason is I was realistic. I knew that I was a newcomer to coding. And at my age, I'm not going to, I won't date myself like you said earlier, but at my age, I'm not going to be a coder. You have to do this since you're a teenager, like you young ladies, you need to start now, then you can be a coder. But what I brought to the table, it's like project management. And I found that to be interesting. So for example, you saw Yorit. Yorit is a part of my team. So I manage a team of the young software developers. And what I bring to the team is the soft skills, you can say, in putting everything together, ensuring that the project is delivered on time. But at the end of the day, I still need to understand the mechanics of what is happening.
Yes. Fabulous. All right. Well, I believe that we're just having a lot of comments coming in on the chat. People are very happy to get this information. And I think it's such an interesting area. It's certainly non-traditional. And you would have gone up against, I'm sure, a lot of things like diversity and inclusion issues. You know, maybe there are not a lot of females in this kind of profession.
I'm the only female. I'm the only female in the whole company.
And perhaps the only Jamaican too. So, you know, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
There's an interesting question in the chat. This career path sounds very time consuming. Do you have time for family?
I think that's a really, really interesting question. When I was doing my studies, no. Basically, if usually this is a 2-year study program, but my program was 1 year because I was paying out of pocket and it's super expensive in Europe. So I made sure I got into a 1-year program, but what that meant, it was hell. So most days, especially when school went online during COVID, I kid you not, I was at the computer from between 7:30 to 8 a.m. in the morning, right back to 4 a.m. in the morning, just sitting down coding. So yeah, you really don't have time. Luckily, I dated somebody in the industry so they could help me rather than complain. So you have to be smart about dating too. And now,
what was it like being a woman in the field? That's a question that just came up. What was it like being a woman?
Studying or actually practicing? Practicing in the Netherlands, it's nothing. Well, they don't even notice. One person came to the company and was like, "Oh, you finally have a female," and then everybody, "What do you mean you have a female?" It's not really that obvious, but yeah,
yes,
it's not really an issue, but it is. Yeah, in every time I go to an event or something, I'm usually the only one.
All right.
Yes, it works smart and not hard, but coding, it takes a lot of time if you're learning.
Have you ever faced racism?
Yes.
That's a question coming in.
Yes, I saw it. The most racism I faced was when I lived in Minnesota, and that's why I didn't stay there. That's where I realized what racism was living in Minnesota. In China, surprisingly, I only experienced racism once, and it was from a Chinese who had studied in the US over 20 years. And that's the only time I experienced racism from a Chinese. And in the Netherlands, I've been here less than 2 years, and no, not as yet.
What programming language do you use for coding?
I studied Python and R. So if you want to be in AI, you need to look at Python and R, specifically Python.
If you want to be software developer, then you need to do C#. So currently, the robot that I showed you with the picking, most of the coding is in C#. That's called low-level coding. But if you want in the other machine that did the sampling that I show you of the milk products, that use a lot of Python, more high-level programming. Pascal, no, that's old, I guess, different area. C#, Jetson, Python, R, those are really good ones. Java, if you want to do software development, front end, back end, yes, you do Java, but not so much for AI. AI, we use Python because it's an easier, more complex language, so you can do deep learning and machine learning. You can't use Java, is like for creating web pages, texts, and to do AI, you need Python for deep learning and machine learning.
All right, thank you so much, Byroni. I think we had thought that your father was Brian, so we called you something else earlier on, but it's it's Byroni Richards talking with us a little bit this morning on artificial intelligence, and of course showing our young sisters that so many things are possible, from Mount Alvernia High to the Netherlands, doing artificial intelligence and robotics. Quite an achievement, and we congratulate you and thank you for sharing with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
All right. Our pleasure, our pleasure. All right, we know that time is marching on, and so we're going to move swiftly to the next presenter. The presenter that's coming next was actually my form prefect when I was in Mount Alvernia High. And so she's very special, very dear to me. She hails from Falmouth in Trelawney, just up the road from where I'm at. And at the young age of 6, she was a boarder at a Catholic school, St. Gabriel's Academy in Balaclava in St. Elizabeth. You wouldn't know anything about that. But at 10, she was awarded a scholarship to Mount Alvernia High School.
I too, I was.
Mrs. Jones graduated. Oh, you do, Sister
She was 6 years old.
Okay, all right. So there's just one person on this conference who would have any idea of where that was, what that was all about. But at 10, she came to Mount Alvernia High on scholarship, and she graduated in 1975, which is the year I entered Mount Alvernia. And she continued her sixth form studies at Mount Alvernia High, and she was a boarder for all of 7 years. She pursued studies in nursing at Excelsior Community College, and in 1980, she gained her nursing license and worked at St. Joseph's Hospital and the Bustamante Children's Hospital in Kingston. She migrated to the United States and matriculated at the Northeastern University Baccalaureate Nursing Program in Boston, Massachusetts, and later completed a master's degree in nursing at the Grand Canyon University in Phoenix, Arizona. She has some 27 years working at the Tampa General Hospital, where she is the manager of the Rehab Medical Specialty Clinics. In 2010, she founded and she remains the president of the Mount Alvernia High Central Florida International Alumni Association, or organization. In 2019, she was nominated and appointed by the Ministry of Education to the Mount Alvernia High School Board of Governors as the alumni representative. She is married with 3 adult children, all living in the United States. And she is so very passionate about God's gift to embrace and to serve with love and generosity. Mount Alvernia High, ladies, make some noise for Mrs. Dawn Chin Jones. She's going to talk to us a little bit about volunteerism. She has been working hard with the Alumni Association, and she is here to share with you. Make her welcome. Over to you. The virtual floor is yours, Madame Dawn.
Thank you, Mrs. Daly. Thanks for inviting me to be a part of Mount Alvernia's Careers Day. And though today my presentation is not directly related to a career, but it is a vital part of life, and you'll see just the relationship as I do my presentation. So today, good morning to all our Mount Alvernia students and our visitors on our platform. Before I get started, I just want to let me wish you all a beautiful day, one that's full of love and blessings, and the guidance and the knowledge that the students will need to pave a career path. Today, my presentation, as you know, is about volunteerism. And I'm going to go ahead and explain to you the importance of volunteerism and giving back to school and your community. So what is volunteerism? It is that act of an individual who performs hours of services for a community at charitable or humanitarian reasons without receipt for compensation for your services rendered. Or it might be the practice of providing just time and skills for the benefit of other people and causes rather than for financial benefit. There are benefits to volunteering. You're promoting goodness. It improves the quality of life. It produces a feeling of self-worth, and it will boost your self-confidence. There are fun ways to explore your interest and passion. While volunteering, you can learn leadership, team building skills within an environment that is understanding and supportive. It also reduces the body stress by releasing endorphins, the brain's natural painkiller. So what's my take on that subject? Volunteers are special people. As the president of the Mount Alvernia Central Florida Association, I'm a volunteer myself. And it's with a commitment to lead and help and steer our organization to support a positive experience for alumni and students at Mount Alvernia. And secondly, we want to build an organization that enables our members to meaningfully connect with one another and to strengthen our bonds with our alma mater. So how do I become Actually, just one second. So how do I become a volunteer? Here are a few questions that you should ask yourself. What do I want to do? Is it administrative? Is it in healthcare? Or is it within the community? And in what is my field of interest? Would it be in an office with the elderly, with childcare, or with sports? And how do I go about finding those opportunities? There are professional institutions, there are hospitals, there are charitable organizations, there's past students associations as well. So let me introduce to you about the Mount Alvernia, or past students associations. There are 3 chapters. There's one locally in Montego Bay, there's one in the South Florida, and the Central Florida International chapter. I'll speak a little bit about the chapter that I represent today. Mount Alvernia, Central Florida, it's an international chapter that embraces membership anywhere throughout the world. You're welcome to be a part of our organization. It was founded 11 years ago by myself. And as a volunteer, I can say our organization of volunteers have given of their time, their talent, their skills to help us do a lot of help to our beloved school, to you, our students, our staff, and community. As a volunteer, you will have the opportunity to meet like-minded individuals who will inspire you by their own actions and commitments to serve others. Sorry. It's a good feeling to see how much we have done. We've hosted health fairs. We have built and equipped the Computer Resource Center at Mount Alvernia. We bought and delivered that new school bus. We provided care packages with food distribution and donations of tablets and laptops and much more. So was it all worth our time volunteering? I asked some of our volunteers, and this was their feedback. Many found it gratifying. They felt it was very uplifting. It helped improve their quality of life because they felt fulfilled. They felt missions were accomplished. They just felt good and blessed. But most of all, that many said no money could trade off for their acts of kindness. So how do you become a member? The Central Florida International Chapter will accept your membership no matter where you live. I will explain to you that now that I'm speaking to the cohorts of the 11th, 12th, and 13th graders, I want to appeal to you that though you might be going on to furthering your education, many of you are looking to go into the workforce, whatever path you choose, you will be considered a past student. I invite you to attend, to be a part of one of these chapters. I will further explain that though these alumni associations have membership fees associated with them, those unable to pay membership have signed up on the basis of giving volunteering hours when activities are planned. As we do for the health fair, when we come to Jamaica, we do community services. There are fundraising events that we host, and we're always preparing food for feeding the poor and any other events that we have scheduled. Your ideas, your time, your assistance are always appreciated. As you get ready to leave school, our organization will ensure to provide you with the necessary information before you graduate. I will be in contact with your guidance counselors, and we will provide that bit of information. At this time, I will break to answer any questions that you may have.
Not seeing any questions in the chat, Dawn.
Okay, great. Well, that meant they're quite familiar. I know that you girls required to have volunteer hours in preparing for your graduation at Mount Alvernia. It is a requirement. So I know you're quite familiar with giving back, with the volunteering in the community perhaps. But the most important that I am here to share with you is that there is an invitation for you all to be a part. Be proactive, get involved with our organizations, whether locally or abroad. You can be a part of a bigger family. So
one question for you, Dawn. One question for you. What inspired you to start the Florida chapter?
A lovely question. My inspiration came from the realization that there were students, classmates of mine, that while they were in high school, they had a lot of challenges. And as I met up with them as an organization, I learned that they recall their challenges. And having visited the school, I recognized too that there still remain challenges there. So I figured that with us as a group could come together, work together, have a meaningful relationship with the current students, we can do so much to help so many students to have a better 5 years or 7 years at Mount Alvernia and have less challenges and be able to succeed in their goals and their aspirations. So for that reason, I'm big on returning to the school and building that relationship with the students, our little sisters, we consider them, and the teachers as well. So that is what inspired me, that I needed to do something to start an organization that could help the students back at school. That's reality, and it still remains a reality. Students are in need of help, and there are certainly challenges there. And that's basically why I took the lead role and started this. So if there are no further questions, in closing, I would like to share some thoughts. Students, you are never too young to change the world. Please find ways to volunteer in your community and be a part of an organization that supports helping others. Helen Keller said, Alone, we can do so little, but together we can do so much. So thanks again, and until we meet, go Alvernia, we have Alvernia pride. Thank you, ladies. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dawn Chin Jones, our president of our alumni chapter over there in Florida. And lots of thank yous coming in. Thanks for your support, for your generosity. Just thank you, and lots of love coming by way of the chat for you, Dawn. All right. Our theme, advancing my career path despite tremendous challenges. One wise man once said that life is about accepting the challenges along the way, choosing to keep moving forward and savoring the journey. So even though you will get knocked down, keep moving forward, take the next step. And your presence, all 278, maybe not everybody is a student, but all of our students online, you are taking that next step in getting the information that you need to help you to choose that path and to move on. All right, our next presenter graduated from Mount Alvernia High sixth form in 1972. She was head girl in 1970 and obtained a Jamaica government scholarship to study law at the Faculty of Law, University of the West Indies, right here in Jamaica. She studied law from 1972 to 1975 and obtained a Bachelor of Laws upper second class honors. She attended the Norman Manley Law School thereafter, and she did that between 1975 and 77 and was awarded her Certificate of Legal Education, that's her CLE, in 1977. In the same year, she was admitted to practice as an attorney at law, and she worked for the Ministry of Justice, Government of Jamaica, from 1977 to 1981. She was a founding partner in the firm Holin and Morris from 1981, and she has been in private practice in this firm from then to today. She's married, she has one daughter who is a psychiatrist working and living in the United States. I would like Mount Alvernia High ladies, of course, we have some teachers online, and Sister Mary Andrew, to put your hands together and make welcome attorney at law, Mount Alvernia High alumna, Miss Veronica Morris. Show her some love as she comes to talk with us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm hoping you're hearing me. I am really delighted. It's been a very long time. I have not done much with my alma mater, but it is indeed a pleasure to be here. The law, well, I have been at it for some 40 odd years, is the field of study, as I say to everyone, that starts before you're born and deals with issues after you are gone. So it is a wide-ranging field. When I started in Jamaica, we had just the University of the West Indies, where we studied. It is a 5-year course. It still is, basically, but now you have several choices because you have the University of the West Indies. You're required to obtain a bachelor's of law if you want to become an attorney. That is one of the starting points, and you can go to the University of the West Indies, Faculty of Law. You have the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, and you also have the University of Technology. So there are choices in terms of the faculties of law that you can attend. The study of law, commencing with the bachelor's, is a very competitive field. Particularly now, when I went, it was not as competitive because it was a newer sort of venture. It was when we fused the profession. We used to have persons who were barristers. They went to England and studied. in the inns, and you had solicitors who would be articled for years with other solicitors. So there were two branches, but it was fused in the 1970s. And so began the terminology attorney at law. But in order to do that, you first have to get your first degree. I believe all of the universities, you need at least 5 CXCs, and I would say with excellent passes, and at least 2 CAPE double subjects with very good passes if you're attempting to be admitted from the high school level or the sixth form level. It is a field now where we have persons with first degree competing for spaces in the faculties of law here. Our system is a common law system, and if you study here, you can possibly, if you wish to go elsewhere, work if you complete your studies in England, in Europe too, and other systems that practice a similar sort of legal system. It is a little different, of course, with the United States. This also enables you, if you are doing it in Jamaica, to work within the Caribbean and CARICOM countries once you graduate. So the first step is your Bachelor of Laws degree. 3 years if you're going straight. Some of the universities allow you to do it part-time, so it may take you anywhere from 4 to 5 years. If you enter the faculties of law with a first degree, depending on the quality of your degree and the subject matter, you may be able to complete your Bachelor's of Law within 2 years. After you have completed the Bachelor of Laws, you then, if you wish to become a practicing attorney, must go to one of the law schools. And the law schools, we have 3. There is the Norman Manley Law School, where I went. There is also the Sir Hugh Wooding in Trinidad and the Eugene Dupuche Law School in the Bahamas. So these are the 3 law schools. There is to be a law school for the University of Technology, because there was some controversy, of course, that the persons who gained preferential admission to the law schools were graduates of the University of West Indies. That was the original situation. But because we've now had other universities offering the Bachelors of Laws, other applicants have been applying to the law school, but they are not given first preference. The first preference goes to graduates of the University of the West Indies. As I said, the field of study is extremely wide. The field has been very competitive, and we have a number of attorneys, and we see now, unlike the kind of practice that we started out with, that persons are specializing in areas, entertainment law, sports law, company law, other commercial activities, some persons practicing as advocates, practicing with civil litigation as their specialty as advocates, or they may be in the criminal law area. But it is a field that is wide. We end up seeing lawyers becoming politicians. I don't know if you realize how many of them you have in the houses of, now Parliament, both houses. And you have attorneys who work in-house, in the banks, in the insurance industries. And I would say to anyone who is not 100% certain of what career path they wish to pursue, that if you have the qualifications, the field of law is an extremely interesting one to start out studying with, because you may find when you start that you have found a niche somewhere where you can go into another field, not necessarily practicing as an attorney at law, going to court or otherwise. You may be involved in international relations. You may go to the United Nations. You can be in one of the international bodies. It is that kind of a degree that enables you to really pursue other areas than the traditional practice. Our practice is a very general one. We do not necessarily specialize. Of course, there are three of us main partners. We have a young associate, and we actually do specialize with certain areas. Over the years, I've stopped doing any form of criminal litigation. I concentrate more on family matters and civil litigation. And of course, I do estates and real estate and various other areas that are more in keeping with what I prefer in terms of law. But as I say, you don't have to practice law in the traditional way if you do study law, because it is a degree and a qualification that enables you to go in various fields. We now have persons who are medical doctors who are lawyers. We have persons who use their qualification for other areas of activity that does not look like traditional law. And of course, pretty much you can use that degree and become a business person. It is helpful. You would know your way around in terms of that, because there is not an area in our human sphere of activity before we are born and after we die that does not involve law. So it is an interesting field. It is a field that if you don't like to do work after and to keep studying all your life, you might as well not bother with it, because if you want to practice, we are required to do continuing legal education, because it's a field that is not static. Law cannot be static because it touches on human life, human relations, human activities in every field. And I would say it is an extremely stimulating field of work cerebrally, and it can be very profitable for, and has been very profitable for many persons. But that is not only the attraction to it, because it also helps you to engage with persons, to solve problems, and to assist. I would like to commend Dawn on volunteerism, because it is also an area that I like to be involved in, and I'm involved in. And I think it's because of the study of law at the university, where we're encouraged either to study politics, sociology, and so on. And I did a lot of sociology instead because I wasn't interested in politics. And that tends to make you want to work with your fellow beings. And of course, the education that I received at Mount Alvernia was geared towards Christianity and helping others. And I think all of that sticks with you over the years. I'm open to questions, if you have any. And as I say, it touches every aspect of your life. It's stimulating, it's interesting. There's always something to go into if you like to exercise your mind. That is the legal field.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Morris. I'm looking to see if we have any questions in the chat, but I'm hearing you talking about law being an opportunity to do mental calisthenics, as it were, and to keep you, being a lifelong learner, because things are always changing in our human relations.
And
All
I think
right.
Marlene knows that very well. We have challenges in the legal field that takes years sometimes to solve. But we battle
Indeed,
on.
indeed we do. Keep on keeping on, as they say.
Yes,
All
indeed.
right. I'm seeing Janoya saying, well said. And I am not seeing any questions. So it means that you have been very clear. And somebody's sending you a nice big heart saying enjoyed. Well said. Yes, yes, very well said. And all of that. So thank you
I
very much,
should
Ms.
say
Morris,
there
because
are
in the
no
interest of time,
subject
we're going to push
area
on.
limitations for getting into the law schools. Any area, sciences, arts, but make sure your subjects are good and your passes are good
grades.
Because you need persons with technological knowledge, scientific knowledge as lawyers, and arts. So it's not just an arts field. All kinds of persons are involved.
Yes, there is the entertainment side of the law as well.
Entertainment, there is forensics, there is, it's not just what you see on TV in the courts.
Yes. Can you tell me about corporate law? There's a question that says, can you tell me about corporate law? We're going to just take that one and then we're going to push on since time is upon us. Can you tell me about corporate law?
Is really a wide field that deals with businesses, companies, and even the banks and so on. Banking, you have banking laws, you have the laws relating to artificial persons, that's companies and partnerships and so on. So all of that is corporate, it's more a business oriented form. It's a very wide area when you say corporate law because it breaks down into various areas, but it's more like the business law and less what you see in the courts, but of course you can have litigation coming out of those areas. But you have and so on.
I'm thinking when she speaks about the corporate law, contracts are very, very important as well.
Well, most of everything begins with a contract, which is an agreement. That is one of the basic subjects that you will have to do if you're doing any law degree, because it touches onto various agreements that you will have. So of course you have real estate law that involves a lot of contracts and that sort of way. So it is not just corporate law is not just the contracts alone. It's a lot more than that.
Indeed. I have 3 questions for you, Ms. Morris. All of a sudden they've popped up. I'm going to try to throw them at you very quickly. Touch a little more on sports law. Are there many job opportunities for advocacy? And can you elaborate on forensic law? So sports law, advocacy, and forensic law. And we can't take any more after that.
All right, sports law is a particular module that I think the University of Technology is getting into. It's a newish field for us, and I am not into that area of law, but it would concentrate on persons involved in sports. I know you'll have persons with their contracts, with their trainers, with persons and so on. So although it says sports law, you would be doing basic, it's just that you're concentrating, probably getting these big contracts for these sporting talents and making sure that is there. But it's a new, growing, developing field of specialization. Marlene, the other one you wanted was?
Advocacy, opportunities for advocacy.
Oh, well, that seems to be the greatest field that persons think you're a lawyer when you're an advocate. But the field is wide open. We always need advocates. The government, for instance, in the courts, most of your work is an advocate. I worked as a clerk of court. You're prosecuting on that side. We have several needs for defense. And not just in the criminal field, you also have the civil field where you need to be an advocate. And that is a very lucrative field if you're doing civil advocacy in those matters. So it is not just about the working in the criminal field. But there is a wide scope there for that. Persons tend to think it's an easy field, but it is not. It is a difficult field. And it calls for a lot of work and preparation and being on your toes, knowing about human beings and human nature as well, so that you can deal with that. Forensic law is a small area, really, where, for instance, in this trial that mesmerized everybody, there was a lot of forensic law going on in the trial of the police officer Chauvin. So, for instance, you realize that it is lawyers asking scientists and doctors and pathologists and other medical personnel questions. So we actually do study forensics. We did it when we did it, but on a lower level. So you have to learn about the body, you have to learn a little bit of medicine, as it were, so that you, if you are going to do advocacy in that area, you would know it. We also need to know it, for instance, if we're doing certain claims for injuries. So although you're doing personal injury specialization claims, and that's another area of law, you need to know the medical terms, you need to know what has happened to someone, how severe it is, and to appreciate it. So it's that area of law that goes on into forensic, as well as, you know, when persons die, that involves that too. So that is basically it. So if you have a science background, it will certainly help you with forensics. You can go and specialize, and that is what we actually do. For instance, when you have a case such as what you had with the Chauvin, you tend to get someone who has that knowledge and can really grasp the details of the science that is involved in certain matters to advise you as to the questions you would be putting as an advocate, so that the questions make sense to the persons who you are putting them to. So you need to have that knowledge. And this is why I say law starts before you're born, because we deal with issues of conception. When is conception? When is a person a person? So, you know, and that's a very moot topic with abortions and so on. When is it that someone is a viable human being? And of course, after you die, I specialize in that area a lot. I do quite a bit, estates and trusts and things that happen after persons are gone. So this is why I'm saying it's the gamut of human life before and after. So there is something there that must pique your interest. It's a lovely field.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Morris. There's another question which I'm going to ask you to answer in the chat for the benefit of everybody. Okay. But I have to just wrap it up here because we are pressed for time and the questions have been coming. It has to do with doing some further studies in order to get into international relations. But thank you very much, Ms. Morris. It has been good hearing from you. And I'm sure you've piqued the interest of many of our students at Mount Alvernia High.
I hope so. God bless you all. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Advancing my career path despite tremendous challenges. Only those who dare to fail greatly can ever achieve greatly. Not my words, but I'm sure there are words that we can think on. Now, as we move along, the presenter who is going to be coming to us next is listed as one of Jamaica's 101 female change makers. She was listed in 2020 by writer and photographer Peter Ferguson in his recent publication. She is founder and chair of the Jamaica Photography Society, which was started in March of 2017, a 2015 Silver Musgrave medalist for photography. She's known for her excellent photographs. You'll see some of them on the walls behind her, illustrating the vibrant Jamaican landscape, exuberant local culture, and the intriguing heritage of her island home, Jamaica. She graduated from the Cultural Training Center in 1980 in both art education and graphic designing, with credits, of course, And Zaka's first exhibition was part of a group of 4 art graduates selected to show in Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. In 1988, Zaka was awarded a scholarship by USAID to study advanced photography and color photography at the University of Cincinnati. She added to her courses, the study of 3 alternative processes: Van Dyke, liquid light, and cyanotype. In 2000, Zaka attended the Maryland Institute College of Art, where she pursued her master's degree. As a Jamaican artist, fine art photographer, and photography lecturer, she finds pleasure in sharing with photographic enthusiasts the beauty of this island, viewed from the numerous perspectives she has explored in her years of practice. From these experiences, she has won numerous awards in the National Photographic Competition organized by the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, JCDC, each year. Mount Alvernia High, please make welcome Donette Ingrid Zaka, a lady that I was a little girl to at school, but she was like big sister. Over to you.
Thank
Donette
you.
Zaka.
Please allow me to share my screen. My screen, my desktop. Where am I? Where am I? My desktop. Oh my, come on. My desktop. I am having a little bit of trouble here.
Did you open the document you wanted to share?
Not yet, no.
You would need to have the document open.
Okay.
And then when you click on share.
Okay, here we go. I want to highlight all of these. Let me just come down here and highlight everything and shift and start from here. Okay. So there we go.
We're not seeing any change though.
No?
No, we're just seeing the zoom being pulled into a funnel.
Oh boy. Let me see if I can go back a little bit.
Close the share and try again.
Stop share.
Stop share.
Mm-hmm.
And then.
And the folder is, let me close the folder. Close the folder. And close the folder and start again. All right, let me select everything. Press on number 1. Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay.
But we're not seeing your presentation.
You seen an image here?
Just you.
Not picture number 2. Picture number 1. Picture number 2. Can you see number 2?
No pictures.
No, well, I am having serious problems. Let me close the folder again. Deselect.
Donette, I'm seeing Judith online. Would you like to?
Yes, please go ahead with
exchange
Judith,
places if Judith is ready? Judith, I'm seeing you smiling away. Would you go so that Donette can sort her technical issues out?
Can you see picture number 2 now?
No, Donette, we're not seeing them.
No pictures. No pictures.
Okay.
Sort out yourself.
Go ahead, Judith. Thank you.
Okay. Donette, you sort out yourself and then we'll come right back to you. Our next presenter, Mount Alvernia ladies. I can't read her entire profile because it is quite a mouthful, but she has had so many varied and wonderful experiences that are documented here. But let me just say that she's an author, a poet, a filmmaker, radio and television host, and she's also an inspirational speaker. She holds the distinction of being the first Jamaican woman on record to visit the continent of Antarctica. Born and raised in Jamaica, she has authored several novels, and I counted them up, novels and books and all of that. I thought I saw 9. Am I correct, Judith?
Yeah, I think so.
Thereabouts. And as I said, she's a writer and also a director of 4 award-winning faith-based movies, as well as short films produced along with her filmmaker, husband, and partner, Michael B. Brown of Barry Vision Films. She's also the creator of several Caribbean television shows and co-owner of Irie Times TV, a web-based 24/7 Caribbean channel, which is available on several international platforms and mobile apps. Her radio drama, Highway to Heaven, can be heard on several platforms and is also available on YouTube. This media personality who hosts all kinds of inspirational programs is a past student, an alumna of the Mount Alvernia High School. She was 1 year ahead of me.
Yeah.
And she was such a vibrant, excitable and exciting person in school, and she still is. Put your hands together and make welcome Judith Falloon Reed as she speaks to us today on the filmmaking and writing industry, the non-traditional careers in the performing or creative industry. Over to you, Sister Judith.
Thank you, Marlene. Yes, Marlene was 1 year behind me. And I always knew that she too would be a great, great person. So I'm so happy to be here. I'm used to coming to the school and actually making presentations at the school. And as soon as COVID done keep, I promise you, I will be back there. Spoke to your principal already and everybody. And I'm also the president of the South Florida Alumni Chapter. And we have been very, very active for the past 14 years with the school as well. And we are the ones who did the gym. And we continue to support the athletic department with monetary donations each month. But I'm here to really talk about my career. So I've done several things in my lifetime. And I have learned that who you start out as does not have to be who you are for the rest of your life. And so that's the first thing I want to say to you, because some of us are multi-talented and multifaceted, and we get very, very confused, which I was one of the confused ones, because we just have all this talent and we can do so many different things. And we have somebody trying to point us down one single path. So the first thing I want to say to you students, if you are one of those people who, like me, just had a bunch of talents, bunch of paths you wanted to go down to and couldn't figure out which one, I'm here to tell you that you can actually go down all of them. Maybe not all at the same time, but at different points in your life, you can go down pretty much all of them. And so at one point I was a dancer. At one point I was a singer. At one point, now I'm a filmmaker and a writer, but I've always been a writer. And that was the first thing I really wanted to just emphasize. And for the students listening who feel like university is not for you, I'm going to encourage you to go to university. So let me just say that first. But let me also say that I did not finish university. I did AA degrees, I don't know what you call them, no, but in marketing and PR, because I just really, I could not be confined in university. It was very difficult for me to sit and to study things that just did not fit into my creative space. And so I wanted to say that as well, that as much as I'm encouraging you to go to university, because life is not the same as when I was your age, and you can't get away with as much as you could then, I want you also to know though, that if you are a creative person, that your creativity can make room for you to live, all right, and can make room for you to excel and to succeed as well. A number of successful people did not finish university, and I am one of them. And I wanted to say that as well. So what do I do? Let me talk first about writing. And I'm not gonna bother to share my screen and all of that. I'm gonna just talk to you, and then you can ask me some questions. When I've been to the school several times and addressed classes. And when I go as a writer, like I addressed the law class one year and found that there were at least 5 people in the class who really wanted to be writers, but their family told them that writers don't make any money. That's not true. Let me just say that, that's not true. All right, I make money writing. That's how I pay my bills. That's how I pay my mortgage, by writing. And so when you think of writing, a lot of people just think of you authoring books. As an independent author, I don't make any money off my books. I mean, I've sold my books, they've sold well, but I could not live off of my books. But as a writer, I have written for newspapers, including the Gleaner, the Star, international newspapers, US travel newspapers. I've written for all of those for money. So there's journalism that you can do with writing. But let us say you don't want to be a journalist. What are some of the other things you can do with writing? You ever look at a website? If you've ever looked at any website, put your hand up. Just any website. It don't matter which website. Exactly. If it's a business website, if it's any kind of website, it have words on it, right? Somebody had to write that. Great. See, all those hands gone up because we've all looked at websites. Somebody had to write that. My biggest client is the second largest insurance company in the Bahamas. They have offices in the Bahamas, in Cayman, in Turks and Caicos, and they own several other businesses. All their websites, I have to write what goes on that website. So can I just put foolishness on the website? No. I have to write things that people will read. I have to write compelling things. Even the little blurbs, the little 6 words have to be the right 6 words. Okay, so the company in Cayman does health insurance. I can't just write on the website, we do health insurance. It has to be affordable, quality, world-class health plans to meet every budget and every need. In those 8 words, I had space for 8 or 9 words. I had to write the right 8 or 9 words. The person who came up with the Nike slogan, just do it, got paid to write, just do it. I can't even imagine how many board meetings they had and how many slogans they went through before they finally decided on just do it. As simple as you take it, somebody got paid to write that. So when you think of writing, start expanding your mind. You know what else I get paid to write? I get paid to write books for other people. So I'm currently finishing up a book for a CEO who is also a politician, not in Jamaica, in one of the other islands. And he has a very, very interesting story, but he doesn't have time to sit down and write a book. You don't have time for that. At the end of the whole thing, his name will go on the book as though he wrote the book. But what he did was he sat down while I interviewed him, and I interviewed his friends, and I interviewed his pastor, and I interviewed his wife, and the lady that used to put on him nappy, and all these people, to then write his story. So I won't get any credit for it, but I get paid to write his story. So when you think about your creative areas and you think of writing, I want you to expand your mind. I want you to go beyond, well, I could be a journalist. Well, you know, my mother said that writing don't pay any money. No, there are lots of things that have, everything has to be written. Every piece of marketing material that you see, every brochure, everything has to have writing. When you look at a label, the next time you go into the supermarket or anywhere at all, I want you to start looking at the labels that you see and know that a marketing person like me had to help to come up with the design and what should go on the label. But a writer like me had to now write what should go on that label so that it says the right thing. And then a filmmaker like me had to make the ad. So I want you to open your mind and expand your mind, because people think that people in the creative field don't really make money. My Donnet is a good friend of mine, right? And she is getting her stuff together. But Donnet is a very good friend of mine. The most amazing photography can make money, and she'll tell you that, because the creative industries can make money. And people are beginning to realize that there's another economy out there, they call it the orange economy. And that economy, you can live from your talents. So what else do I do? Let's talk about the film industry. And I know we're running way behind time, so I'm not gonna take a long time. So how did I get into filmmaking? I didn't study it. So that's the first thing. Years ago, before your time, I used to work for the Jamaica Tourist Board. And so my job was to take film crews and journalists around the island. I was a marketing rep. Now, add that to the background that I'm from a creative background. And I used to do drama. My whole life, I was always in the arts. So I used to do drama. And I learned right there on the job from all these international people I would take around how to do production, how to direct a production, how to produce something, how to use what I had. And then I met my husband, who was already in filmmaking. And together, we became this amazing team, because I write, and I had years of experience writing plays and directing plays and learning from people who I had been taking around all these years how to direct and how to make film. So together we created Jamaica's 4 feature-length gospel movies. So if you ever saw Just Another Friday on TV over the Easter weekend, it played every Easter for the last like 6 or 7 years. This year, I think it was on TVJ, CVM, PBC. That's my film. I wrote that film and directed it, and we produced that film, right? So did I make money off of the films? Little bit, somewhat. They all won awards internationally. But what did happen was that because of that, and because we make film, we now became sought after to do even more things with film. So what do you do with film? Every single TV commercial, you know those TV commercials that drive you crazy because you're trying to watch a movie or you're trying to watch a show and you can't get to watch a show because they might kill you with commercial? Somebody had to make those. Somebody like me had to write it. I got paid to write. Somebody like me voice it. I got paid to voice. Somebody like me directed it. I got paid to direct. Somebody like me sometimes had to act in it and I would get paid to act. And somebody like me would have to produce it and bring it to the end. So every single ad you see on TV, break it down. Think about all the things you can do in the filmmaking industry. Even if you're not a writer, if you're very, very well organized, man, you'd make a really good producer. Excellent producer. And let me tell you something, a bad producer makes a bad film. You could have the best director on the planet. If the producer is bad, the director cannot get it together. So yes, I want you to start thinking outside that box. Gone are the days when everybody had to be the same thing, something that end with "er." Teacher, lawyer, doctor, engineer, whatever end in "er," ER. If it ended in ER when I was growing up, that's what you had to be. But today, there's so much you can do. In film, you can do animation. There is so much that you can do. And the best part about what I do for a living is that I love it. That's the best part. I absolutely love it because I get to create it in my head. I get to put it on paper. I get to direct it. And I get to see what it looks like in the end. And then I get to see your faces when you watch it. And I get to see my clients when they love the ad that I've done. And they say, man, love that ad. So, you know, there's so much that you can do. And out of being a writer, you automatically now have something that you can speak about. So do I get paid to speak? Yes, I get paid to speak at events and at things. I get paid to speak because as a writer, you now have something you can speak about. Music videos, your favorite music video, a filmmaker had to make it. But before the filmmaker actually made it, somebody had to write the concept. Somebody had to come up with the idea. Somebody had to figure out the costuming. All of that went into that film. So voice acting, I see somebody said voice acting and animation. We have not so much in Montego Bay, but I can find out for you. Okay, I'll put my email address in the chat. And if you are serious, there is Listen Me Jamaica out of Kingston, Kenya Mattis. And they use a lot of voice actors. And I don't remember the other one. There's a big animation. Animation is huge in the Caribbean now. We have some great animators right here in Jamaica who are doing big things. In fact, Kingston, the animation conference is on right now. I think it's called Kinstoon instead of Kingston, spelled like cartoon with 2 O's. So you may want to go to the website and check that out. So any questions real quick? Somebody said, I don't know where to start. Okay, Deandra, where do you start with voice acting and animation? Actually, a good thing to do is to go to Edna. Go to Edna Manley and to go to, what's the one in Kingston, at UN name again? Carrimack. Who pays the actors in the film industry? Whoever is making the film. Whoever is making the film, that's the person who pays them. Oh Lord, yes.
Lord.
So Carrimack at UN Kingston and Edna Manley.
And there's there's a Carrimack faculty at the Western Jamaica campus as well.
Western Jamaica campus, right. Down by Seawall, right?
Well, at the Praise Concourse, next door to the old Chatwick Gardens Hotel.
Oh,
near
right.
to the airport.
Yeah, Seawall.
I am a writer, but dub poems, I perform them well too.
Oh boy, I need to talk to you. I definitely need to talk to you. Dub poetry. Okay, let's talk about dub poetry. The great Malachi Smith, who is a very good friend of myself and Marlene's, he's a dub poet, international. He's been literally all over the world doing dub poetry. So there is a place for that too. And there is money to be made there too.
Sister Farai has a festival that is, I think, every August.
Yes.
I would throw that in the mix for that person to take a look at it and see some of the dub poetry that's coming out of that production.
Yeah, and there's some great festivals all over the world too. Dub poetry is really big. And the person who created the film also direct and produce it, that would be a yes.
Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry. Me.
Tyler Perry.
Yeah, me. Oh Lordy, there was another person who was just on my tip of my tongue. But yes, you can write, direct, act. Yeah, so Tyler acts in his movies. Yes. I've acted in mine. I have other friends. Patrice Johnson, who is out of New York. She is a Jamaican, well-known Jamaican actor, producer, filmmaker. And she acts, she produces, she acts on Broadway as well. And she produces and she acts in her films.
All right. Well, this is your last opportunity to get a quick question in because of time. It says, I'm a writer as well. I write poetry, but I'm starting spoken word poetry. Do you know how they do the voiceovers with the lyrics on the screen?
There are actually some programs that make it easier to do. If you try to do it manually, it's a pain and you don't really have to. There are some programs that you can find online to do it. And some of the programs are actually free. They may not be great, but some of them are free. So just look that up.
Okay.
I can't believe I have to pay
the actors.
Okay, let me just quickly say this. No, let me just say this real quickly because we need to go. When it comes to the paying of the actors, so in my 4 films, I worked with, they're all Christian films or faith-based films. And I worked with Jamaica Youth for Christ and also worked with my church. So my actors came from their acting groups and their drama groups. My husband and we facilitate the Jamaica Youth for Christ film ministry and training ministries. And so we used our own actors who we did not have to pay. And sometimes you can get actors who are just budding actors. They just want to be in something. You have to take care of their food, make sure they have transportation, stuff like that. So it will still cost you some money. You know, you can't really ask people to pay their own transportation to come and do your film. But in terms of paying them, you don't always have to. It just depends on what you're doing. And how many years of schooling did it take me? I learned on the job. As I said, I didn't finish college. But there's a lot to learn online. It doesn't mean I didn't learn, because you can go online and still study. A million things you want to learn is on YouTube.
Advice for writing a book, Judith. I think that's the last one we're going to take.
Write it. That's my advice. I actually teach a course on writing, fiction writing for rule breakers. And one of the first things I tell you is to just write it. Writers write. And if you're trying to do chapter 1, then chapter 2, then chapter 3, then chapter 4, you will never finish your book. And if you write chapter 1 and go back and decide that you want to clean it up before you move to chapter 2, you will never finish the book. Write until you stop writing. When it stops flowing, wait for it to flow again. You can go over what you have and sometimes play the shell game with the chapters. So my advice is to just write. Just keep writing. Even if it doesn't make sense to you, even if it doesn't seem to flow, just write it. You can fix it later on. So thank you so much, so much. I will be at your school later this year when COVID done peak.
All right. Thank you very much, Judith. Wow, there's so much more time that we could spend talking about this very exciting and very expansive area of the creative arts. But whether it is your short film or some television show or radio or whatever, it has all been a part of the creative arts. And I know you have found great fulfillment in that area of life. I want to just say to the persons who are on, all of our students, that you also have a podcast, and it's Exchanging Pain for Praise. And I'm about to start a podcast, Judith, so we need to talk separate or apart from this platform. And I have to do it for some other reasons, for my Toastmasters requirements. So it's all about learning and growing, ladies, and expanding your wings and just doing it. As Nike says, just do it. Thanks again, Judith Falloon Reed, former alumna of Mount Alvernia High, for sharing with us this exciting area. Now, Miss Donnet, are you ready for us?
I am going to try right now.
Okay.
Right now.
And of course, Donnet is a professor at the Edna Manley School for the Visual and Performing Arts.
I am retired.
You're retired?
I'm retired.
Wait. No, you're too young to retire. You're retired but not tired. Former professor.
Weird. Look here.
But photography is in your blood and your veins and everything. So we know you're not leaving that, even if you've left the schoolroom.
I am having serious challenges. So I am going to opt to come out this year, and then I will do it again next year. But I think I'm having some computer woes today.
So would you want me to have Sharon wrap this segment up?
Yes, that would be fine.
We are due a lunch break, and I know the ladies, it's been very interesting, and I kind of felt like it was a lot to, put in a short time, but we've been having fun, and I've not been bored in any way, shape, or form. Here you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Can you see picture number 2?
Yes, we're seeing picture number 2.
All right, so I can do it very, very quickly. My
Okay,
name
go
is
right
Donette
ahead.
Zaka. I am a 1976 graduate. So I have been out of school for a mighty long time. I have been a lecturer at the Edna Manley College for 30 years. I left Mount Alvernia, went into school at the Jamaica School of Art, went to teach at Wilmer's Boys School for 5 years. And then I was back at the Edna Manley College. It is always my fun and joy to have Mount Alvernia girls come to the college. It was my opportunity to say and to sing, give us a cheer, rah, rah. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed school. I am a very free, fluid, outdoor type person. I love life. I love my life. And everything is fun. I try not to be bombarded with all the little trivialities of life. If you're doing well, you're doing well. If you're not doing well, pump up yourself. Work hard and do not be lazy. This is something else that I learned today, that I have practiced. Work hard and do not be lazy. So I am an artist. I use photography as my process. It doesn't mean that I'm going to live off fine art all the time. I work with corporate companies. I do jobs for Petrojam, Jamaica National, places like that. It's either annual report, a photograph for a magazine, a photograph for a newspaper ad, or something like that. And I earn from it. But my favorite thing to do is art. So I use my photography to tell stories, and they become visual concepts. They're from visual concepts, symbolizing just about everything there is in life. Things that are relevant to women, men, situations, young girls. So I use my photography to tell stories. Here is a story of daughters, women who go missing. I want to tell stories of the feeling of mothers. What do they do? Where do they go? How do they express themselves? And out of these concepts, I have exhibitions. I can talk even more about what happens. So your photography or my photography become a part of understanding life. What would you think about that, for example? I have to think each image through before I present them. And then a story starts around the image. And then somebody comes and says, oh, that's great, I would like to have it. This is how I make my money. Art gives me a kind of freedom that I could not have if I were a lawyer or if I were a technical person. But I enjoy and admire those persons as well. Mount Alvernia really set a kind of stage for me. That campus was big enough to just stray from front to back. I got into areas of that school that I should not have gone into. I've been caught a number of times. Sister Joan Clare caught me in a sweet sap tree. And while she was under there, she said, Ms. Zaka, how long will it take you to come down? I can't forget those days. So in addition to photography, I draw on the surface of my paper. I create a deeper art, greater concept, merging mother and daughter. So you have to learn something. You have to learn how to draw. You have to gather the ideas of themes you want to express. So there is a lot to learn and to practice. You cannot be lazy. And in making your expressions or in creating and designing your expressions, you have to think about the things that affect you. Here, this is from an exhibition called Issues of Fertility. I was forced to face my own situation. A woman was gotten to 50 and seemingly have no thought of having children. And I remember, this piece is owned by Malta Verna. I remember that I learned that a woman is born with all of her eggs. And then my question was, then what do I do with all of these eggs? Am I just going to die and take them back to the Creator? And the thought I wanted to explore was in giving them back. How do I give them back to the greater universe? How can they be used by the greater universe? And I created a body of 30 pieces to tell the story of the power of the woman to give back. And this was my image number 1. It's the power of the woman to give back. And because we don't have the eggs, it's a mythical process. It's almost a dream. It's an idea. It's a feeling that it's like worship. You don't see God, but you know He's there. I don't see my eggs. I don't have my eggs in my hand, but I know they're there. And here is a process of giving them back. I'm going to pray over them and hand them over. In the exercise, I created the male to help me to guide and to protect as I gave them back. All symbolism. I also enjoy the landscape, some sports. I am mainly outside just roaming around parishes. Every Sunday I am somewhere else. Deep admiration for life. And do I earn from it? Yes, I do. I create exhibitions. I have solo shows. I am a part of group exhibitions. People will come to my house, which is part house, part studio, find out what I'm talking about, what I have, and they will purchase. All storytelling. This is from the Kingston St. Andrew Parish Church graveyard. How do I speak to Black Lives Matter in this time? How do I express moods and faces? How do I use my poetry? For example, I'm beginning to write. Judith, I might need lessons, but I am getting there. Celebration of my art. I'm also an invited member of the National Gallery of Jamaica. So every 2 years, I'm allowed to mount a piece of an exhibition, one piece, whatever. But something that is powerful and storytelling. We're looking at a piece I call Empty Promises. It's a story of young girls who are not getting anywhere. I actually know this little girl in the photograph. Only last night she was picked up again by the police. So there are big stories here that we need to talk about. It's the power of imagery to tell. Jamaican landscape. I'm sure how many people have ever seen this place ever? Story of people, places, Treasure Beach, just exploring, seeing,
You don't have to worry about mommy. I'm the one that goes to the beach, you know.
enjoying. This is one. So that's very quick, and this is pretty much an idea of what I do. Express myself using visuals. That is what I teach. I encourage people to go around the island and see and appreciate the beauty that we have. I'm always willing to do a workshop, maybe on studio, just going around the country, talking about what we have,
I learn a lot of our history. I like to point people to our historical legacies. So we also have a greater understanding of where we're coming from. And I enjoy my life more than anything else. I am growing where I am planted. And I have certainly become the person I've always wanted to be. And it started right there at Mount Alvernia High School. Thank you.
And thank you, Janet Zaka. Wow. Loving the arts concept of expression, beautiful, majestic, just wonderful. Is editing also a big factor though?
Editing is a big factor, but you learn as you go along. And so there are many, many softwares. And you want to choose the one that is seemingly more applicable to you, Photoshop and so on for photographers. So you have to search or, just ask around. What is the best thing for photography? I use so-and-so camera. What is my best software? And then you start to learn and practice from there. It is very important. Yes.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. What is a camera you would recommend for starters?
We've gone now towards the mirrorless cameras. An inexpensive mirrorless camera would be somewhere in the region of $600 US. So a mirrorless today is a good choice and a good starting point. It's a lighter camera. It gives more of wide angle. It gives more of presets, and the colors are rich and vivid. Yes. Mirrorless camera. Yeah.
All right. Your passion comes through very much in your work, Donette.
Thank you.
And I thoroughly enjoyed the photographs and the pieces that you shared with us. And I believe that our young ladies did as well. Judith has put your Facebook contact in the chat for those persons who may be interested to get some more. And I'm going to thank you, Donette.
Thank you.
I truly appreciate the presentation this morning, and we're moving swiftly along. If we have no more questions, I'm going to press on and introduce you to our next alumna who will be sharing with us. But one wise man said, don't limit your challenges, challenge your limits. And I'll repeat, don't limit your challenges, challenge your limits. Sharon hails from Montego Bay, and of course, she is a very proud graduate of the Mount Alvernia High School. She also attended Laney College, Oakland, California. She did classes at UC Berkeley in broadcast journalism. And she has done stuff at the Long Beach State University in media and events. She's the CEO, owner of Levy Promotional Products, Inc. She started in 1991. And she's also the CEO and owner of Levy Signature Events. She presently does that, and a former CEO and part owner of Caribbean TV One, that's cbtv1.com. She's a TV host and master of ceremony, community chair for the Northern California Caribbean American Heritage Month, Oakland Bay area. And she's been doing that since 2006 to the present time, chief marketing officer of the Jamaican American Community Organization, that's JACO. And she's had several awards. I'll share some of them with you. 101 Outstanding Women Making a Difference, California State Senate Awards for Outstanding Woman in 2006. And of course, for the same California State Senate, Excellence in Business and a Congressional Recognition Award for Outstanding and Invaluable Service to the community. Mount Alvernia, are you ready for another accomplished alumna? If you are, please put your hands together and make welcome Miss Sharon Levy. Sharon, the virtual floor is all yours.
Boy, thank you. So first, let me say thank you, ladies, to the teachers and some faces I haven't seen in many, many years. I remember seeing your face in school. I remember I know Marlene. I know Judith. Judith was maybe about a year or so ahead of me, I think. I repeat third form because I wasn't so bright. And most of you, the students now, would remember me back, your parents would remember me back in the days with Future Wind Band. I used to MC in the square at the amphitheater where I think it's now Kentucky Fried Chicken, if I'm correct. So I live all the way in California. So unfortunately for me, I don't get to enjoy all of this. There's a handful of us Jamaican in Silicon Valley, not a whole lot. So I don't get to see a lot. So not having a lot of us, we don't get to enjoy all the beautiful things you guys are doing back there. But I'm so loving this moment. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you a little bit about my journey, what I've been doing, and I hope listening would turn on some light bulb, maybe to inspire, motivate, to get you maybe to start your own business, because that's what I live for. Discovering who you are and understanding where to go and challenging yourself. I am one of those that believe if you can dream it, you can do it. The question becomes, what steps do I take? And I think sometimes this is where we need to be leading people, saying, okay, that's what you want to do. Let's show you how to get there. Here are some things. So my thing is, it only takes a little guts, a little tenacity, and a little discipline, and you can be a business owner. It's wonderful seeing the doctors. I'm so proud. I'm so just excited just watching done it now on this art, just like, done it, okay, you've done it, I can't talk, this is too good. I listen to Marlene, I listen to Judith. Judith lives duplicate mine in every way, in every aspect. So let's start with where I am today. So currently, I am the CEO, owner of Levy Promotional Products. That business has taken me to places where I just didn't expect. I am the vendor for the Golden State Warriors. Most of you know who the Golden State Warriors is. And major governmental agencies are folks that I do business with. What really is Levy Promotional Products? Well, it is a branding company. And to get into that business, what I remember of myself was that it requires a certain strategic business planning, understanding marketing, understanding customer retention and relations, because if you don't have all this, you can't operate a business. So the operation aspect of the business, how to develop new business, how to acquire new contracts, how to acquire new clients. So that's the path I took alongside an entertainment company. So while I'm running a regular business, I was running an entertainment company on the side. That entertainment company led me to Caribbean TV, that some of you again might be familiar with, which was started back in 2005. We were one of the first company that was doing high definition videos and stuff on the platform where you could watch all over the world. I was lucky and fortunate to even have folks watching TV, the Pope. I got a letter. I wish I could share it with you. I did an interview once with Tommy Cohen, not realizing no big thing. I was just doing a little thing, just doing an interview with Tommy Cohen. And the subject matter was around Rastafarianism and Christianity. Reached the Pope, got a letter, and I just nearly died. At that moment, I thought, oh my God. The reward I got from these moments, I was able to interview people like Harry Belafonte, you name it. I've gotten all of this. The reward, was there some money? Yes, not a lot. But the reward I got out of it, it's irreplaceable. I just can't speak on the joy and the beauty of that ability to do that and to get to that far. I still do some of that on the side. I do a lot of volunteer work alongside all of the business and that. Some of you might know that back in 2005, the Congresswoman Barbara Lee had present a resolution 570 to designate June as Caribbean American Heritage Month. And I led the effort here in the Bay Area to recognize that month and work with that first original group of about 12 people to make June Caribbean American Heritage Month. And I still continue to this day, every year we do something around that. There was a video floating around with Congresswoman Lee addressing Congress and was talking about me and some of the work I've been doing in the Bay Area. Again, something I'm very proud of. Did that bring me money? No. But what it did do directly, did not. But what it did was, after people watching it, seeing it, believing that I was capable of doing it, doing the work, that brought me more money. It brought me the contracts with the Warriors. It brought me all kinds of stuff that I must tell you, it has been great for me. How did I get here? I look back at the structure and discipline from Mount Alvernia High School. I look at what that place gave me, what that school gave me. Without that foundation, I don't think half of this would be possible in my life. I listened to Donnet spoke a minute ago about finding peace, finding happiness. What is that? What does that mean? Does it mean having millions in the bank? That's nice, but that's not it. And from my work, the happiness, the fulfillment, the joy, the people I meet, the things I do, I can never, no money could buy it. So I still want you to go to school and be a doctor if that's your calling. If that's where you find peace, go for it. Listen to your heart. Listen to what's speaking at you. Because as earlier on in my life, while I was in Mount Alvernia, I kind of knew what I wanted, what I liked, what I was feeling deep inside. The money will come. So if one of the, as Judith said, anything ending in ER is speaking to your heart, go for it. As she said, if you go to YouTube, there are so many places you can find information. And you also have us, some of the former students who have gone ahead of you. Reach out. There are ways to reach out. We can help, say, point you in a direction or make a recommendation here. I must say to you that if I can make it, any one of you can do it. You are capable. You've got the spirit. You've got the foundation. And I never stop enjoying and seeing them. Every time I see something about a student from Mount Alvernia, I'm always, yeah. I mean, I'm a kid at heart. So do know that I'm happy with self. I am good where I am in terms of my accomplishments. And I couldn't ask for anything more. And I hope, we all as past students can turn around and help you to get to that place. So if you have any questions about my crazy life, please feel free to ask. I want this to be more interactive because with that, I'm able to speak to direct questions rather than a platter of things because I'm all over the place. Like Judith, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I knew I love business and I love the arts. So when I did Levy, signature events, I'm doing Caribbean comedy here in California. I bring comedians from all over the region to the Bay Area. I do comedy shows. I do Caribbean Film Festival here. I show movies. I do all kinds of stuff. So ask the questions and probably I will be able to touch on something that could help steer you in a direction that you might want to go.
Okay, ladies, this is your opportunity. We are way past time. So if you have a question, now is the time to ask a question, whether it relates to the business of entrepreneurship or whether it is relating to some of the accomplishments of our presenter at this time.
There's a question there about going to UC Berkeley. So I started out at Laney. College, which was a 2-year school. And then I had a radio show on a station called KALX, Calix Station. The school has a actual station where a student can go. And I started there and then I went on to UC Berkeley. No, I did not graduate. But it didn't stop me, is what I'm saying. But I can speak to that student. I think her name is CHA. I can put some information, my email inside. If you want a little bit more information, I can get you some information to help you in that regard.
A quick one here. What were some challenges you encountered while starting your business?
You know, I can't say I had challenges because here's why. Before I started the business in California, I worked in certain area. When I first got here, I worked for a company called a construction company. Then I went to the railroad company and I went to the law department and I started out as a legal assistant. And then I went to Direct Language Publishing, which was they produce all the secondary language yellow pages back then. I'm saying that to say, I took from all these places I worked to create my business. So it made it a lot easier for me. And I'm one of those tenacious, nosy person who inquisitive. I'm always learning. You can't stop learning. You can't stop reading. I will dig down the information like there's no tomorrow to get what I want. So I think when I talk about being tenacious, you've got to be tenacious, because with that, you're going to find what you want. There's no limit to what you find when you start research. So I'm big on research. So it made it easier for me. Biggest challenge, and I must admit to you, when I started, I didn't have the right credit. And I had to learn that in America, credit goes hand in hand to run a business. So not all business need it, but I figured that out early. So one of the first things I did when I came to North California, the first thing I did as I start my business, I bought a house. After you own a house, everything gets easy because they use it as collateral. So the bank is now willing to give you a line of credit. So when I walk into my bank, this was before I had Warriors contract and all that. The first thing I got was a line of credit for 100,000. So it opens now the door for me to do what I wanted to do with the business. So again, that's doing research. Figure out banking institutions that work with small business. In my case, I started out with a large bank because I thought it was a great thing to do, to start with a big banking institution. Later on, learned big mistakes. So I went, start all over, redeposit all the little monies at that time I was making in a smaller bank, who then worked with me to allow me the line of credit. And with that, I was able to kind of just blossom, just move.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right, Sharon, I'm not seeing any more questions coming up in the chat. And I know that we are past our lunchtime break. So I want to just thank you. I know there was somebody who was delegated to do the vote of thanks, so everybody will be properly thanked. But it's great to see you. And I want to thank you for sharing with us today a little bit on your entrepreneurial journey. And we look forward, when all of this is past, when all of this pandemic is out of the way, we look forward to having you in person, maybe somewhere down the road, back at Mount Alvernia High School. Thank you so much. Ladies of Mount Alvernia, I'm happy that you are still online, 242 of us, and there has been so much food for thought. Advancing my career path despite tremendous challenges. What a theme. There are so many challenges. Work is evolving, things are changing, and we now have to pivot to find ourselves in new careers. Some careers that exist now did not exist 10, 15 years ago. And so it's so very important for us to be in this forum and to be able to discuss just different opportunities and the possible way forward. Now, I want to leave you with two things. One says, don't downgrade your dream just to fit your reality. Upgrade your conviction to match your destiny. Upgrade your conviction to match your destiny. And I'm going to close where we started. We started with a very powerful speaker, Dr. Ann Lopez. And it's so funny, you know, I'm coming full circle because I know her sister so well and I didn't know her, but it's all about the network. The old girls, call it what you will, past students network that can help to give you some guidance and to propel you into the future. So I'll end where she started, and she spoke about hope amidst all of these challenges. She spoke about following your passion. The only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it, keep looking, but don't settle. A quote from Steve Jobs. Don't allow setbacks to set you back. A quote from Stacey Abrams. And she gave you the key. She said, keep educating yourself, keep learning, keep growing. And she said, do not be afraid of change. Do not be afraid of stepping out of your comfort zone. I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Words from Nelson Mandela. What fitting words to end my little segment with you. My sisters, it has been a pleasure. And I'm going to hand over to the person who has been given the responsibility of doing the vote of thanks. I'm sure she'll thank everyone, but I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity and this privilege for being your moderator for this section and for just sharing with you. Much love, much blessings. And over now to Michaela Williams, who will do the vote of thanks. God bless you all.
Wow, I'm feeling the love. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to propose this vote of thanks today. On behalf of the Mount Alvernia High School family, more specifically the grade 11 to 13 cohort, I would first love to shout a big thank you to Mrs. Daly for hosting this section of our program. It means the world to all the students here that you took the time out of your busy schedule to accommodate us. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for all our big sisters that came to present on their careers today. We really do appreciate it. Thank you, Mrs. Richards, for your live presentation while letting us know artificial intelligence is not only about robotics, and also giving our physics students a reminder that it is in fact an important subject. Further, we are extremely grateful to Mrs. Chin Jones and Miss Morris for their continued support and generosity to our school. It has been a pleasure to have Miss Morris speak to us about law. I may also like to express our sincere thanks to Miss Zaka, who gave a very beautiful, eye-opening look into her work. I am sure you made every student here have an internal monologue about expressing our creative side, even if we don't have one. A big thank you also to Mrs. Reed for giving an excellent coverage on the filmmaking industry and providing us with a boost that many of us need today. Lastly, but certainly not least, I would also wish to express my gratitude to Ms. Levy for speaking to us about entrepreneurship and reaching forward to our goals. I am positive many ladies will put your advice into action. We were all inspired by your great works. Mrs. Stevenson Daly, our invited guests, once again, I want to state that we are all most grateful. It has been a great pleasure, and have a wonderful day, everyone.
Okay, I believe our guidance counselor will let us know when we will be able to return. Your lunch break has been shortened, I'm sure. So, Lady Barnes, it's over to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Stevenson Daly. I am sorry, ladies, for having you so long, but I'm sure you'd all agree that this was an informative session and you enjoyed every minute of it. All right, ladies, we are behind time. I'm wondering if we could have a work lunch. Is that okay? Could we continue working and, you know, have a little bite while working? Can we do that?
I believe they would need a few minutes to grab the food or something, or grab the beverage.
Right.
And
so I'm going to be giving you 20 minutes to do so. So you can come back.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Miss Robinson. 5 minutes it is. All right. Yes, I'm going to give you 20 minutes to, yes, Michaela? We do not agree.
Somebody says we do not agree.
What don't you agree with, Miss Johnson?
Oh, she does not agree with the 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So we'll do 20 minutes. So you'll come back at about 12:45. All right. We'll resume at 12:45. Miss Brown, please go ahead with that item and then we will break.
at where I'm coming from. I know I'm blessed, and I close my eyes and smile. Sometimes I feel like the richest man in Babylon, and I've done my best, so everything's alright inside. Say every morning I rise, I stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing. So when the evening comes, I lift up my eyes to the hills and breaststorming. With my two hands in the air as far as I can. With my two hands in the air as far as I can. Sometimes I'm lost and far from home, but I found my way. Follow my heart, I know I'll be found someday. While I'm lost, I learn and leave. What do you say? Let's have a good time until the day's here. Every morning I rise, I stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing. So when the evening comes, I lift up my eyes to the hills. I'm just roaming. With my two hands in the air as far as I can. Oh, yeah, as far as I can. As far as I can. Yeah, as far as I can. Yeah, Oh, every morning I rise and stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing. Yeah, lift my eyes to the hills. I'm blessed. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm blessed. Lift up my eyes to the hills. I'm blessed. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Sarita Stewart, student of grade 12. That was an excellent presentation, excellent video with your beautiful voice. Ladies, you may now leave to get your lunches and resume at 12:45. Thank you.
where I'm coming from. I know I'm blessed, and I close my eyes and smile. Sometimes I feel like the richest man in Babylon, and I've done my best, so everything's alright inside. Oh, every morning I rise, I stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing. So when the evening comes, I lift up my eyes to this. I'm blessed, oh man, with my two hands in the air as far as I can. Yeah, as far as I can. I can, yeah. My two hands in the air as far as I can. Oh, every morning I rise, I stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing. Yeah. Lift up my eyes to this, I'm blessed, oh man. Ooh. Sometimes I'm lost and far from home, but I'll find my way. I follow my heart, I know I'll be found someday. While I'm lost, I learn and live. What do you say? Let's have a good time until that day. Oh, every morning I rise, I stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing. So when the evening comes, I lift up my eyes to this. I'm blessed, oh man, with my two hands in the air as far as I can. Yeah, as far as I can. I can, yeah. My two hands in the air as far as I can.
Big another minute. It may only be another minute. It may only be another minute. It may only be another minute. So me a pull it. Man, I'm growing up place, I never get no respect. No. Never get no good education, can't get no big check. No. So man, I'm grew up, everybody when me know in a distress. Yeah. And it's so easy, fear you get a big tech or addicted and a victim. And enough man fold it out, cause them couldn't hold it out. And enough man sold it out, cause them couldn't go without. And in pursuit of riches, enough man take the girly road. But that I feed them thing, that is not what my story about. This are for those who persevere and who see through the tears. And in the grand scheme of everything, them still the year. And although we no millionaire, feel like a millionaire, we still a celebrate. I put me hand in the air and say I am a success story. Yeah, success. A success story. I am a success story. Yeah, success. A success story. I am a success story. Yeah, success. A success story. I am a success story. Yeah, success. A success story. Oh yeah. The journey where we step in life. Yeah. Coming from the place where we reside. Yeah. Make it past 25, yeah. So me have to celebrate my life, yeah. Me not fi have a million in my pocket, cause all me really need a life in me bone. Enough man me see ga cook it out and crack it. Enough of them ga end up with a bullet in a dome. That's why me stay easy and breezy, no drama. Anything that goes around comes around karma. Everybody have them time, journey's just around the corner. From my young gun, put up your hand and say I am a success story, yeah, success. A success story. I am a success story, yeah, success, a success story. I am a success story, yeah, success, a success story. I am a success story, yeah, success, a success story, yeah. It may only be another minute. 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 Pull it. I am a success story, yeah, success, a success story. I am a success story, yeah, success, a success story. I am a success story, yeah, success, a success story. I am a success story, yeah, success, a success story, a success story, a success story, a success story, a success story.
Mad something. Hey, follow me now, where see you now. Hey, upset her. See how upset her. Go outside there. Running. I'm a winner. You know the dance. I'm a winner. Hey, watch out now. I'm on the sun. Oh, we're winning right now, you be. Say we're winning right now. Me forget that trophy to what me living right now. Cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now. Oh, we're winning right now. At Thanksgiving right now. Cause we're winning right now, yeah. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Hey, watch out now. Hey, I'm a walking W. Learn from the L's. Turn them in a medal in a trophy and bells. Every day you see we with them on our next level. Break records like we cracking eggshells. And every single ounce of effort we expel. It's all about progress cause we have to excel. And watch out. Looking like success we dress well. Boom. Another knockout for the ring the next bell. I'm about to send my ear cause I can't to get well. Cause I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it, but that's the whole gist of it. I hate in all the beauty when winning now we have it. Cause I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Oh, we're winning right now, you be. Say we're winning right now. Me forget that trophy to what me living right now. Cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now. Oh, we're winning right now. At Thanksgiving right now, yeah. I say we're winning right now. So every day you see we are the reigning champ. And at the cloud with the silver line we reigning from. Cause if you see some of the places where we hailing from, it's just the type of place we should be failing from. But now we're winning. Yes, every quarter, every inning. Bolt if I tracks and then I fence if I swimming. You know that there's no giving in no matter the circumstances we're living in, you hear me? I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Oh, we're winning right now, you be. Say we're winning right now. Me forget that trophy to what me living right now. Cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now. Oh, we're winning right now. I thanks for giving right now, God. I said we're winning right now. Hey, yo, Romain.
Yo, Sasko.
We're rolling this domain.
When I see my friends become my enemy, I have to stay far.
No one near them will not go.
No link, no bar. Cause I know dirty heart can't sweep with broom. They are like the trees that can't bloom, and they shall slowly fade away. And I know dirty heart can't wash with soap. The meditation we supply proof, and they shall slowly fade away.
Well, I'm an assassin, me no domain. Enough of them now go like that show ya. Why? Bad man stuck in a them head like a tumor. Them fake like three stripe. Pan a night made by Puma. Them tell me police, not only by rumor. Start go you not to them, I say you work a code. Get your visa, you fly out. Them a pray for you drop out them. Sit down and calculate by in and you back out them. Say them are your friend, but them heart mama about to men say.
Well, dirty heart can't sweep with broom.
Good and never.
They are like the trees we can't bloom.
Good and never.
They shall surely fade away. And I know dirty heart can't wash with soap, and there is no bad mind antidote. They shall slowly fade away. Then look along we tell them say fi stop fight. Get son of the done enough for them a come and act like them a you brother, all them good for fit backbite. Watch them kill it pretty soon them a go show them colors like a stoplight. Them
color down a brass fight. Them hearts so dirty, want to discover with a Scotch bride. Them need a whole reservoir of jelly water to wash off them heart. That could hold in on the back pan at the standpipe.
Find out dirty heart can't sweep with broom.
Good and never.
They are like the trees we can't bloom.
Good and never.
They shall surely fade away. And I know dirty heart can't wash with soap. The meditation to supply proof, and they shall slowly fade away.
Well, Granny tell me, friend, don't cheap. So from the other day you see, friend, we don't keep. A family we say because, and everything we come and show teeth and your friend. First, if you're making money, all leave enough. Last them raised like the sheep, back a nickel bow peep. Watch them kill and leave a quick. Don't sleep, cause when you out the sleep, you won't see it. Boy,
boy, boy, boy, boy. When I call you friend, I see you as my brother. Always lie, but if I can't trust my brother enough, I tell you say I got to go 'cause I know dirty heart can't sweep it broom. They are like the trees we can't bloom. They shall surely fade away. And I know dirty heart can't wash with soap. There is no bad mind antidote, and they shall slowly fade away. Fade away. And anything we no clean and pure, we a cut them out. Cut them out early. Smile them and joke, can't hide them deceitful heart. Know them thoughts dirty. From them no clean and pure, we a cut them off. Chop them off early. Smile up in your face, a big disgrace. We know them are dirty. See my friends turn enemy.
No one near them will not.
I stay far. No link, no bar, no link, no bar.
When your friends turn the enemy a bad son.
Me say no link, no bar. It don't gone too far. Oh, me and me brother we go war.
Come on, brother. I hope they heard you. The Almighty will so different God, so me understand. Hear me now. No fake friend. What am I say, Tarman? What am I say, Nico? Hey, follow me now.
Welcome back, ladies. Let's just give the girls 5 more minutes to join, and then we'll begin.
I see ya now, wake up ya Yeah, we put your first and second and third. Watch your blessings come forth, blessings come forth. Yo, it is a miracle to make your thing shot and not end up a gun court, end up a gun court. Growing up on the banks of the hope. Never give up and we never lose hope. And we never sell out and never sell dope. No ironically, everything what we say to say is dope. Listen, it never break with spirit growing up broke. Roll out smelling like carbolic soap. Yes, a regular we run boat just to stay afloat. And we run joke just to cope. Yeah, I know social mobility, limited scope. But mama make we know so time longer than rope. We not frightened for nothing, cause we used to go without. From food stamp and no stamp fill up a passport. You watch juvenile, no put no gun in your transport. Fi collect no banknote, know that at the wrong spot. Hey, everybody want a bus like public transport. But all the food, everything curry like gold. Put your first and second and third. Watch your blessings come forth, blessings come forth. Yo, it is a miracle to make your thing shot and not end up a gun court, end up a gun court. Growing up on the banks of the hope. Never give up and we never lose hope. And we never sell out and never sell down. No ironically, everything what we say to say is dope. Listen. All road, top road to back road. I fi make a mark like the chalk on the blackboard. Hey, I fi do one thing for mama pot load. Swearing off fi make the clock load. Here and now, the whole lot of an hope flat back to common. Till mackerel have to kill because we not go bow for salmon. And we not go on no station. Answer to no summons. Putting up resistance just like Mary Salmon. John first and second and third. Watch your blessings come forth. Blessings come forth. Yo, it is a miracle to fi make your thing shot. And not end up a gun court, end up a gun court. Growing up on the banks of the hope. Never give up and we never lose hope. We never sell out and never sell dope. No ironic with everything when we say the same stuff. Listen. Growing up on the banks of the hope. Never give up and we never lose hope. We never sell out and never sell dope. No ironic with everything when we say the same stuff. Listen.
Good afternoon to our dearest principal, Miss Wine, our vice principals, Mr. Houghton and Mrs. Hugh, organizers of the career fair, teachers, guests, and last but not least, the student cohorts of Malta Vernia High. It is indeed an honor and privilege to not only be invited to such a wonderful and purposeful event, but to also be introducing our presenter. I'm truly humbled and inspired by her personal motto or life mission to aim high and be bold. That is such a powerful commission to put over one's life. I am encouraged, and I hope after she speaks, you will be also. So without further ado, our guest speaker is no other than Mrs. Nicole McLaurin Campbell. Mrs. Campbell is not your typical speaker, and her experience and background can attest to that. She is a past student of the St. Andrew High School for Girls, Phillips Academy, Princeton University, and the University of London School of Advanced Study and School of African and Oriental Studies. Even so, during her studies and after graduating college, she participated in many extracurricular activities, which resulted in her receiving awards and major job opportunities. Impressively, she was a recipient of the Governor General's Award for Excellence in Achievement and Leadership, National Productivity Ambassador, Senior Policy Analyst for the Ministry of Education, and these mentions are just a few among the many. Because of this, I can accurately assume that it molded her into becoming the well-achieved entrepreneur, educator, speaker, goal accelerator strategist, best-selling author, wife, and amazing mother to her beautiful children, Elsie, Joshua, and Ali. She also founded AIM Educational Services in 2010. AIM empowers promising low-income students and prepares them for college, especially the top Ivy League schools in the UK and US respectively. Moreover, Mrs. Campbell is the co-founder of the Woman Winning Now movement, which has taken her to train sold-out audiences in Toronto, New York, Miami, and London, and serves on the boards of the Early Childhood Commission and the Chase Fund in Jamaica. With all that being said, let me yet again introduce our guest speaker for today, Mrs. Nicole McLaurin Campbell, and she will be presenting on the topic, Overcoming Overwhelm to Beat Stress and Strive. Ladies, please welcome her.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me. Can we confirm that we are seeing the right screen? Let me try again. Just confirm for me in the chat. And then the other little favor that I beg is that I just love, I'm getting used to the Zoom thing, right? But it really, really helps when you guys participate. So like, you know, comment, if you agree with something, tell me you agree. If you don't agree, if it hits the right place, if you think I'm calling you out, all your comments, I really love to hear them because it really just helps me to kind of gauge the energy in the room. And, you know, as speakers and presenters in this new space on Zoom, we have to come up with all the strategies to make sure that we are on point. The good news is you guys also sent in quite a few questions, and I want this to be as interactive as possible. So we're gonna talk about overcoming the overwhelm. You know, how do you beat stress? How do you thrive? Because I think it's very easy to be overwhelmed these days. But at the same time, I want to make sure I take, you guys sent so many questions and I want to make sure I take those too. So we're gonna run through overcome the overwhelm pretty quickly. So I just want you to have a pen out, have a journal, a notebook, anything like that out, because I want to leave you with the most practical, actionable steps. It's not just all about me coming to talk and just, you know, vibes, but I want you to take away a specific action plan that you can use going forward. Is that a deal? Everybody say yes in the chat if that's a deal. Do we all agree? Are we ready? And I need your energy here. And you love to comment, Abigail. Thank God. I need your energy today because I've had a week of not proper sleep. So I just actually got up from a nap. I was forced. I've never napped during the day, but I was forced to nap because I have to be trying to manage my energy. So I'm glad I'm seeing the yeses. So without further ado, let's begin because we don't got a lot of time. All right, so I'm starting with a Maya Angelou quote. When you do nothing, you feel overwhelmed and powerless, but when you get involved, you feel the sense of hope and accomplishment. And that's, I know that for sure. Now, these are some of the, that's the kind of process we're gonna go through. But as I said, I'm going to be speeding it up a little, giving you some main points so that I can deal with the questions, okay? All right, so what's overwhelmed? Can you guys send me in the chat, you know, what do you feel? What are some of the things that come up for you when I say the word overwhelmed? How does it come on for you? What does it feel like for you? It's defined as a type of emotional paralysis, stress, yes, where you feel unable to cope with or handle your circumstances. So you're unable to cope, unable to handle, you feel like you're not in control, you can't make decisions, then you start to think to yourself, I'll never get this done, I can't handle this is just too much, I can't do it by myself. That leads to worry and anxiety. All of those feelings lead to stress, which we highlight right there. Okay, frustration, procrastination, it manifests as complaining, blame, exhaustion, resentment, depression, sadness, all of those. Okay, so let's talk about why. Well, there are a lot of things that aren't in our control, right? I'm sure, you know, that over the past year, we've come face to face with a lot of things we wish weren't in our control. I'll tell you this personal story of how when COVID hit, you know, last March and last year this time, I was in a very, very rough spot. You know, I had to change AIM, our college prep business, into a totally 100% online business. There was so much uncertainty. Would anybody be doing any college prep? Would, you know, is the work coming to an end? It was so hard. And I had to really just put one foot in front of the other. And the only thing I can tell you is this. In the low moments when it felt like everything was out of control, the only thing I could do was focus on what was in our control, right? And even as the dollar devalues right now, I hear it's almost at 150 right now. And people will always say, well, you know, less people are gonna be able to afford to send their children overseas. And of course, my business is about helping kids to study overseas. But then guess what I challenge us to do? I challenge us at AIM to continue to be the best at getting student scholarships and financial aid, because if the dollar is devaluing and the economy is bad, won't students and parents need more financial aid than ever? That's what I put in my mind and that's what I focus on. Okay, we're just gonna be the best and help parents more than ever because this is what the economy means. Whereas when you're focusing on the things that are not in control, you could sit there and say, why the dollar devalued? Why the economy bad? Why? And just, you know, you understand? So you see the difference? One way, you don't have any control. And the other way, you just look at a problem differently and you find things that you can control. So I'm really challenging you this morning, and that could be the first point that you write down, is no matter what comes up, no matter what obstacle, no matter what setback, what thing happens, always look for the opportunity. Always look for what you can do, what is in your control. So it is having a kind of positive perspective, but then looking specifically for the things, even listing them out. What is in your control? And whatever is in your control, double down on what's in your control. Be the best at it. Make it happen. And then the things that are not in your control, release them. You have to release them. Release them to Jesus. I just pray them. I pray them out. I just give them to God, and that's it. I focus on what's in my control. So, you know, the first thing I want to say is that no matter what happens, yes, you can, because other people have done it. Other people are your age all over the world with less resources than you have, more stress than you can imagine, and they are getting it done. So you can get it done. Everything is teachable. Everything is figure outable. You can figure out how to navigate your overwhelm and your stress. So let's talk about the other things that cause overwhelm. Sometimes you might have high standards where you put yourself under a lot of pressure. If this sounds like you, just say yes. And every single day, you give yourself more to do than is physically possible. I used to be that person where my to-do list stretched from here to infinity for one day, okay? My to-do list just look crazy. Nothing about it don't make any sense. You look at it and you say, hold on. What do you think you are? Superwoman? No way there are even enough hours in the day for all those things you've written down that you're gonna do. And then you don't get them done, obviously, because the to-do list and the plan was not realistic. And then you feel not good enough. You feel like you haven't done enough. You feel like you'll never reach your goals. You'll never finish this big old to-do list. And that is a construct that is in our power to not do that. So what I'm trying to say is look at how you plan the things that you have to do and get realistic. In other words, don't overcrowd your to-do and your plan and set yourself up for failure and feeling less than. No personal boundaries. So everybody call you, you say yes. Everybody ask you to do something, it's also a yes. No, that can't work. You have to have your boundaries. You have to have your time when you know you're in a focus mode and you put away your phone. Nobody can contact you. Nobody can access you in these times. If I never figured out how to do that, overwhelm would demolish me, okay? Because especially as you start to get involved in more things and realizing your dreams, the more successful you get is the more demands it feels like are on you. So you have to learn from now how to establish boundaries and not make decisions out of the need to be liked or because you feel bad to say no. Okay, so you have to be able to put yourself first. I need my club leaders and my project heads to listen up, and my group project come, you always doing everything, right? Club leaders, you feel like, okay, because you're a leader in this club, you have to do everything. And that doesn't work. And it becomes more and more of a problem as you get older. So you have to be able to delegate. Sometimes you're not delegating and you're not like pushing people to live up to their responsibilities, and then you get overwhelmed. All right, look around you. What does your workspace look like? Is it cluttered? Do your parents have to be telling you every minute, come clean up your room? Why the place looks so? Talk to me. Where are your books? Where are your flashcards? Where are your pens and pencils? Where is your work material? What is the quality of your workspace? You have to get control of your workspace. If the place is disorganized and every time you need to study, you have to take 10 minutes to find the bio book, that's a problem. That's already just shaking up your brain. Those are the things that lead to overwhelm. You have to create an environment for success and create exactly. Anna says, my art supplies are always all over the place. That can't work. If you are serious about being a winner, you have to do the things that winners do. Bottom line, okay? And a disorganized space, it doesn't work. You have to know where everything is at all times. So when you go into work mode, it's just boom, 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 like a boss, okay? too much clutter, it has to go. If your environment is cluttered, your mind will also be cluttered. You will be susceptible to overwhelm, okay? I don't care what you want to say, T. Ivory, about some people can't study in a tidy place. Some people work in chaos. It might work for you now. It might be okay for you now. However, after a while, and this is not me just saying, oh, I'm just coming up with these things. These are scientifically proven principles. And so, yes, if you think, oh, I'll do this in chaos, the idea is you're going to hit a ceiling. You are going to hit a ceiling, because I never used to be ridiculously organized. I used to just be flat, wing it, just have everything going. I got 9-1s at a time when 9-1s was really uncommon. I got a full scholarship to boarding school. I got a full scholarship to Princeton. I was being successful, right? But then when you start to, like right now, I'm running 1, 2, 3, 4 different businesses. There's no way I can function in chaos. It can't happen. After a while, when more responsibilities come, you want to do community service, you want to have a charity, you want to serve on this board, and you want to, spend time with your kids, and you want to spend time with your husband, and you want to put yourself first too. And a lot of things start to come on if you don't develop the skill of organization and keeping your space controlled, the environment controlled. You're gonna reach a point where you hit a ceiling. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. If you want to continue to work in chaos and say that's how you work best, feel free. However, the people who intend to have a future that is full and is rich and is multifaceted, the only way to stave off overwhelm and still be in pursuit of all your dreams is to have a controlled environment and to be organized and prepared. It's just a fact. Lack of clarity and conviction on your goals. So you don't have any priorities. You kind of know vaguely what you need to do, but you're kind of just doing it because your mother say that you have to do this, and your father say that you have to do that, and the teacher say that you need to get this done. But you yourself have no kind of real why on your goals. Why are you doing this? You haven't created a clear enough vision for the future that you want. So you're just sort of going day to day, going through the motions, take where you get, okay? What I would say about making timetables, T. Ivory, I used to say that too. I used to say, I'm not making a timetable, I'm not making a schedule because it doesn't work anyway. Now, here's the thing. You're always going to have unexpected things, setbacks, things that pop up that take you off schedule. But you see, when you have a lot going on, at least the schedule and the plan can get you back. You have something to work with. It's not like everything is floating around in your head. When everything is floating around in your head, you're going to be overwhelmed very easily. But here's the thing that I have learned to do. I have learned to prototype. Prototype is a concept out of design thinking where you try things, see how it works, tweak it, whatever. So for example, I had a schedule where I would do all my weekly planning on a Sunday. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it never worked. I noticed that every time the Sunday comes and it's time to do this thing, I'm not interested. I don't feel like it, and it just wouldn't get done. I also had this plan of, okay, on Thursdays, I work on Goal Accelerator. But I realized every single Thursday, I was not doing Goal Accelerator work. My schedule thing, my time block, my plan, my blueprint for my week is not working. I have to go back and look at why. I resist Sunday planning because I really don't want anything to do on a Sunday. I don't want to have any requirements. I shifted the planning to Thursday, like today's now my planning day, or like my planning time, because it takes maybe 30, 40 minutes to plan my week. And everything has changed. I can stick to it now because I prefer Thursday because I'm already in work mode. I have more time to fix any problems with my schedule. It just works better. So if I could have sat down and said, well, it doesn't make sense for me to plan or have a timetable because I don't stick to it. No, you create one timetable and maybe for whatever reason that doesn't work. So you tweak it, you understand? But you have to have something that you can tweak. Try it out, prototype it. Okay, this week I'm gonna try doing things like this. Okay, did that work? Why it never work? What way can I do it better? So you're always tweaking your personal system and your personal life management. On Wednesdays, normally is my full day of consultations and meetings with students and parents, right? So you see, when I try to do goal accelerator work on a Thursday, it doesn't work. Why? Because I have follow-up to do from that day of meetings, and I feel like that is more urgent than whatever I have to do with goal accelerator. So I named Thursday now my client follow-up day and the day that I work with students on their applications and plans behind the scenes, because it makes more sense for how my work flows. On Monday is my admin day. I have team meetings, set the week off, make sure everybody knows their targets, and that is what works for me. But I never just discovered that I had to try and fail and try again and fail. So I'm encouraging you with your timetables, and you don't just say, oh, I'm not disciplined, I can't stick to it, or it doesn't work for me, let me just wing it. No, it's good. Life is gonna catch up with you where you're gonna need a system eventually. So just build it now. And when you see, okay, Thursday is not a good day for physics, okay, how can I tweak this? Okay, it seems like Saturday mornings are better. You see what I mean? So you have to lay out something and then tweak it as you go along. And don't worry if everything doesn't work out all the time, because life happens. Plan A and plan B. You never get to do the planning on Thursday, you do it Friday. That happened to me a lot, but I always have a plan B. So always have a plan B, and don't be rigid about your timetable. Be flexible while you learn your rhythm and what works for you. Okay. Why else does overwhelm come on? Poor planning, lack of focus, lack of productivity. So you sit down there, you're not doing one thing. You're distracted too easily. You love to procrastinate. And all of these lead to overwhelm. So I have a goal accelerator planning system that I put out in the teen planner, and I'm going to do a teen planner giveaway at the end of this. I should have it right beside me to show you. I'll get it soon. Get clear about your why. So I want you to think about what your mission and your vision for your life is. You're not too young. When I was 14 is when I first articulated my mission and vision for my life, when I was part of a documentary that Nickelodeon had called The Future According to Kids. And I could really picture myself, working with young people, helping people to reach their goals. And that's exactly what I'm doing now. So don't feel like you're too young. You need to have a mission and vision for your life, because that is what gives you the emotional power to follow through and to build your discipline like a skill. So write down your next goals. I want you to picture your life in 12 months. What would be the ideal life for you in 12 months in all areas? What does that look like? What does the ideal life for you in the next 5 years look like in all respects? And then I want you to think about your ideal life in 10 years, because life is coming at us fast. And, if you're not trying to be the person now who can have the life you want in 10 years, then how else is it going to happen? Because nobody is going to come and give you a big plate of progress. Just like here are your dreams. No, you have to start from now. So you need to think about the habits that you have now, about the type of person that you have now, your practices right now, your mindset right now. Is it that of a person who could accomplish and do and have all the things in the next 10 years? That is what you need to think about. And so if you think about your life in 10 years, what are the characteristics of the person who is able to achieve those things and have that life? And then work on building those characteristics right now, because your future is just what you're doing now, all added up. And believe me, 10 years does fly, and it's not something that old people alone say, okay, promise. All right, so when you have a big goal now, break it all the way down into sub goals, so smaller, before you can reach the one in this subject. What are the things you have to do? What are the different people who can help you? What do you need to make sure happens? And then you break it down to your monthly goal and then your daily goal. A lot of the reason why people give up on their goals and get overwhelmed is because if the goal is too big, it is too scary. Okay, it just seems impossible. Nelson Mandela said it always feels impossible till it's done. Well, that's true, because sometimes the goal is so big and it seems so impossible. And so whenever you look on the goal, what you feel to do instead? Netflix, sleep, escape, forget about it, go do something else, because the goal just have you intimidated because it's so big. But when you break it down, I think that the power of compounding is one of the most serious things I've felt in the past year, really. Just the power of small actions daily. Not trying to wake up tomorrow, Michaela, and you're miraculously this different disciplined person. Forget that, because you have that expectation, it don't happen, you give up. The time is gonna pass anyway. Why not just work on being 1% better every day? Why not just 1% better every day? Why not just looking at one habit that you have that's not serving you and trying to work on eliminating that habit, on replacing it with a better habit every single day, 1% better. That's all you need, not trying to be like a different person overnight. So this is a picture of the planner. So I would say I say Sunday here because that's when I used to try and do Sunday planning. But you see how I tell you now I switched to Thursday, and this presentation is not old. This presentation is maybe like 2 months old. So what I'm trying to say is I am constantly in a process of redesign when it comes to my life, and you should be too. You have to constantly tweak and redesign to see what works even better, because there's a whole other side of us on the other side of our preparation that we've never even met before. And so take time every week, choose whichever day works for you, 30 minutes to plan your week ahead. Nothing must take you by surprise. No exam, no test. I used to get the most terrible anxiety when meetings took me by surprise. I used to not even want Monday to come because I was like, Lord, what next week have in store now? And I wouldn't even want to look at it. And it just really, over time, caused me a lot of stress and overwhelmed, the unknown. And then it was keeping me from performing at my best. Now I suggest a brain dump, and inside the planner, we have a lot of space for brain dumps, because overwhelm comes when you have everything in your mind. You need to be able to brain dump all the things on your mind that are coming up into your planner, and then out of that, you can make a plan, okay? When things are swirling around in our head, that causes terrible overwhelm and stress, okay? And I also have a journal. And when the overwhelm emotionally is getting to me, I just dump it all into the journal. And when I'm finished, I feel so light. I'm not like that person that yoga and journal every day. I'm not that person, but I have a journal, and trust me, when the stress leak, I just write out everything in the journal, and then it feels like a big fat exhale. Oh, amazing. I really suggest it. I want you to really establish your key 3 each week. Just think of, if I did these 3 things well for the week, it would make me super happy. What are those 3 things? And then program them in for each day. I use Google Calendar for reminders. I want you to curate your study experience. You know, I have candles. I light my candle. I have my music thing here. I listen to high frequency playlists, which help you to focus. Also, another playlist that helps with focus is Super Mario Kart. I just learned this recently. If you Google or YouTube Super Mario Kart focus, okay, there are playlists on there. When you play it, it's like you can just go in the zone. You guys know when you go in the zone, it's amazing. It takes you into the zone. So I have my speaker here. I have my candles that are light, so because smell is important. So your senses. I will, if I'm going into a focus session, I will tell my team and my kids, I'm going into a 45-minute focus session here. And that's the thing, you break it up, time yourself, get a timer, and so that you can see the time going, so you stay on focus and you don't try to multitask with doing other things, because multitasking cuts productivity. So you have to put your phone away, right? Because we know that that's a major source of distraction, actually. Studies show that the average person spends 4 hours on social media a day. It is literally killing our dreams. It is sucking our focus. It makes our attention span gone all the way down. So be conscious of that and put away your phone. You know, put it in another room, give it to your parents for a few hours, whatever you need to do, okay? All right, so we have some more slides and stuff, but I want to get to the questions because we're already at 28 minutes. But I want to give you just a little 7-step action plan. What I'll do is I'll send this this presentation so you can make a note, because we're going to run through the 7 steps really quickly. So when the feelings come on, I want you to recognize them. You know, when your thoughts and feelings are getting the best of you, when you keep thinking the same thing in a negative loop, You know, like, I can't do this, I can't do this, I don't have enough time, this will never get done. You know, those kind of thoughts that just kind of swirling in your head, the little voice. I'm not the only person with the little voice, I know that. So recognize it. You have to, self-awareness is the key. You have to recognize when the feelings are getting the best of you. And then label the thought. I used to think I was my thoughts. I used to think I was the way I felt, like I feel incapable. It does not mean I'm incapable. I feel incapable in this moment. It does not mean I am incapable. There's a difference. Your feelings are not facts. They are just thoughts, okay? So you need to be able to label them. And that was a huge epiphany for me. You know, I kept thinking, I'm not enough, or, you know, all of these different things, when it's just a feeling. So you can say, I'm having the thought that I'm not good enough, or I'm having the thought that I can't do this. And recognize that your thoughts are not you and they pass, okay? And allow them to pass. So you accept them with an open attitude, pay attention to them, let yourself experience them, show yourself some compassion, but then examine the reality of the situation. If you were a third party and you were looking on from the outside, you know, what's going on? What's triggering you? Is it a result of something you did fail to do? Is it based on your perspective? A lot of times we feel, and we don't take the time to peel the layers behind the feelings to get to why we really feel the way we feel. And if you can't get to the why of why you feel the way you feel, you're not going to be able to allow it to pass or address it in a meaningful way, right? So you want to ask yourself all of these questions. Then you want to think, as I said, with the third party, just to get clarity. Think about if it was your friend's situation, your friend thing, and just say, you know, from an observer's perspective, does it, when you look at it from an observer's perspective, does it shift your thoughts about it? Does it help you to come up with solutions? Sometimes when we're too emotional or involved, we can't come up with the solutions that we need. And one of three things is going to happen. Is either you're going to change your perspective of the situation, learn to cope with the situation, or leave the situation. It's one of three things, okay? And then you can act on your values, not emotions. Okay, so you have to think about what are the things that are most important to you from a values perspective. Accountability, respect. So you're not just going to blow up on people because you're not feeling good. You know what I mean? If respect is one of your values, you question your next move and say, is this keeping with my value of respect? Rationalism, responsibility, you know, all of the different things. So you need to be able to get clear on your values. And then you identify the who and the how, what skills you might need, what support, what tools, what knowledge could be of help, what other resources. You have to be brainstorming solutions, as I said, all the time. And when you look for solutions, you always find them. And even if you can't do it all, you can at least do, okay? So don't worry about taking these huge steps. Just worry about the next step. Don't worry about huge steps. Worry about the next step. You don't have to see the whole of the staircase to see the next move, okay? Oh, how is this going to happen? Focus on the process. Focus on the action. Really key. All right. Your ability, I just want to say that the bottom line is that your ability to manage your thoughts and feelings is going to be absolutely essential to your happiness and success, definitely over the long term. And beating overwhelm is a choice. It boils down to a choice. What you choose to do, when you choose to do it, and how you choose to do it. So you need to be able to see when you're sabotaging yourself or standing in your own way, okay? And that will determine the level of overwhelm that you experience, okay? Those were just some reminders. And now I'm ready to take questions, and there are quite a bit of questions. And then I'll give you as well some resources that I promised that I will give. I'll just drop them in the chat right now. While I take, and if you have questions, just put them in the chat as well. All right, so, okay, let's look at some of these questions. All right, is it okay if you don't know what you want to become or what career you want to choose? Sure, because nobody, like, look here, when I majored in economics, and then I thought I was going to work at the UN and work for government. So I went and I did a master's in postgraduate, I did a master's in policy studies and development studies. And then I discovered that I wanted to start AIM. And it was just because I was volunteering for Princeton as an interviewer, as a volunteer interviewer for Princeton University. And then I realized I wanted to help kids reach their college goals and get scholarships. I didn't even know it was a job at the time. And I'm saying that to say, your job, your career, your destiny, the thing you're meant to do and that you really enjoy, you have to be open to that unfolding. It is not necessarily going to unfold in high school. For some people it does. My sister is a pediatrician, and since age 5 she has wanted to be a pediatrician, and that's exactly what she is. But it just didn't happen for me that way, and it might not happen for you that way. And so you have to set excellence as your minimum standard and be open. Be open to trying things, to volunteering, and to the process of self-discovery. Now, at the same time, you set excellence as your minimum standard so that you have options, whichever way, whichever direction you want to go in, you have options. So there's such a thing as being multi-passionate. And I think I'm multi-passionate with the same underlying core mission. So I have AIM, and AIM helps students to reach their college goals and get scholarships. I have the Goal Accelerator Club. It helps women, adult women, to reach their goals and organize their lives and create systems and take their time back. And I started that because when I had started AIM, I was a year in, and then I got married and I had my first baby. And then I had my second child, and then my whole life felt like it was just flipped over and I didn't have time for anything, and I thought I was going to lose it. And am I gonna like reach my business goals? But what about all of this? And then I have to be a mommy, I have to run a house, I have to, you know, it felt overwhelming. So I created Goal Accelerator Club in response to that, because I had to learn how to be successful and how to balance and manage. And so I'm saying this to say, think about the problems that you want to solve in the world. That's a clue. If you feel, lean into the things that make you feel interested, that make you feel like I want to solve this problem, that make you feel like I could really help with this, you know, pay attention to those things, because it is so often that those are where, that's where the magic is. That's where your destiny is. And entrepreneurism is not for everybody. Everybody is not born and meant to be an entrepreneur, and that's fine. But at the same time, not everybody will know in high school what career they're going to want to pursue. So you set excellence as a minimum standard so that you will have options. No, what does that look like? Well, for one, if you're selecting subjects and you're looking at, okay, you know, what should I do if I'm not sure? I would suggest you cover, and I always say this, no matter what subject, what you plan to major in, cover the core 5. And the core 5 is English, language and literature preferably both, math, preferably add math as well, social science, which is history, econ, geography, foreign language, and then natural science. Those are 5 core areas of college prep that no matter what you want to major in, colleges will look to see if you've covered those 5 areas. For me in school, that was physics, even though I really I'm not a science person. I hated physics, every single moment of it. But because I needed to create a compelling college profile, I had to do it. So I would suggest that you cover the core 5, volunteer, lean into the things that make you feel interested, you know, and just do your best in everything that you come across, and you will figure it out. Pay attention to your personality. I was always very good at math, really loved math. I majored in economics in college, and I had the thought that I was going to be a banker. I was going to work in an investment bank. And I did 2 internships there. And when I saw the money, guys, I'm being serious. When I saw the money, how much money you could make after 2 weeks as an investment banker, I said, oh my God, this is my destiny. I love this money. I'm just keeping it real. But then guess what? It was just so opposite of my personality. Okay, I love to talk. In case you didn't realize, right before I came on this call, I was taking a nap. And then as soon as it's time to talk, I'm here, I'm ready, let's go. It gives me energy, it gives me excitement, joy. Investment banking was me in a cubicle, crunching numbers, Excel spreadsheets. I thought I was going to choke to death, okay? You don't get for chat, You don't get to just interact. It did not work for my personality, even though it paid really well and I could do it. I had the aptitude to do it. I loved math, I love numbers, but the personality wasn't going to work. I was going to be miserable. What's the point of a full bank account if you're miserable? So I was like, you know what? I'm going to figure out a way to have a full bank account and be happy. Because happiness first, guys. Don't make anybody tell you nothing. They could pile up the money a little more. If you're not happy, you're not living, okay? And life is for living. And I don't believe you have to make a trade-off. I think you can do what you love, do what excites you, and still make all the money that you want to make. That's a fact, okay? So don't be limited by anybody's limiting beliefs, including your parents, because all parents love you. But sometimes parents will speak to us from their fears. They wish they had been a doctor, so now they're telling you to be a doctor. Doesn't really work. So I'm always encouraging parents, always, to just give students room to breathe, and what they're interested in, allow them to pursue it with excellence and commitment and discipline. So that's what I would say about that one. Careers in science and technology. Well, that's ever evolving, right? I think it's just a question of exposure, and there are many, many, many online resources, organizations. If you join College Essentials, I gave you the link. We send out different, workshops, STEM workshops, careers, artificial intelligence. There's a lot that we haven't been exposed to. So I had a student who swore blind that he was going to become an engineer. And the minute he reached the college and realized bioinformatics was a thing, he changed and gone to bioinformatics, but he wouldn't have known about bioinformatics here because we don't really, there's some things we don't really talk about. You don't have that much exposure. So I would say that field is a growing field. It's an exciting field. And there are many, many, many opportunities: artificial intelligence, bioinformatics, biomedical engineering, just the study of diseases. As you might know, I have a student who does a lot of work in biotech. He's at MIT and he's studying Ebola. There's just a lot. So I would say one good way to go about discovering is to spend your summers on the mission to pursue your interests and discover things. And there are lots of virtual summer programs, lots of learning opportunities, Coursera.org. If you go to that link as well, we have lots of summer programs that we put up, so you can really spend some time exploring and discovering. Okay, so how could you know what job suits your personality? Well, get to know yourself. First of all, there are personality tests and assessments. We have this amazing workshop inside of College Essentials that essentially gives you a website to use to do a personality test. And then that way you can say, okay, well, this is the type of personality that I have. You probably know some things about yourself, whether you're an introvert, whether you're an extrovert, what gets you excited. Do you like to be in front of people? Do you like to do research, or do you like to be hands-on? So I was at the Ministry of Education as a senior policy analyst. That was never going to hold me. After a year, I said, no, sir. You can't sit down and make policy, and then it have to take long, and then the government change, and then the policy. I can't. I prefer working directly with students. You know what I mean? I'm just telling you, personality has a lot to do with the extent to which you're happy in any job. So you have to really become very self-aware. It is so, so critical. Okay, so what else? The subject required for the different careers. Okay, so let's talk about that. I can talk about that. So there's some. So first of all, you have to understand, depending on where you want to study, the rules are a little different. Let us say you want to go do medicine, law, veterinary science, or what did I say? Medicine, law. Okay, these three: medicine, law, vet. You can't do those things as a first degree in the US or Canada. You have to do them as a second degree, where you do a 4-year bachelor's, then you apply to those programs as postgraduate work. At UE and in the UK, you can go directly into those programs, all right? So that's the first thing I think a lot of people don't realize. The second thing is there are only some majors that carry prerequisites, and it depends on the country. For example, did you know that if you want to study in Canada and you want to study computer science, if you have not done CAPE Math, you cannot apply, period, point blank. But people instead choose CAPE computer science because they assume That would be a prerequisite. That's not a prerequisite. The math is a prerequisite. They're going to teach you everything else from scratch, okay? Engineering, people make the mistake. Oh, I want to do chemical engineering. Therefore, I'm going to do chemistry and math. That will be enough. No, you have to do physics. I don't care which kind of engineering. Or computer engineering, you have to do chemistry, physics, and math. Just a fact. So a lot of times you don't take the right subjects at CSEC, so then you can't take the right subjects at CAPE, so then you can't major in what you want. So I would definitely say that if know that you're leaning towards science, just take all the sciences and math as insurance, because you never know, is that gonna go to computer? Is that gonna go to engineering? Is that gonna go pre-med? Is that if you cover all of the sciences with math, you can do anything in STEM, okay? Including architecture, including actuarial science, including, you see what I mean? So if you know your STEM, 3 sciences and math, please, thank you very much. Law or pre-law studies in the US carries no requirement. Business, if you want to study business, people think, oh, I have to do POB, I have to do POA, I've got to do MOB. Not the case. What is the, and then they leave out the math. Oh, goodness gracious, when math is the most important thing for a business degree. CAPE math, which means you would need to do add math, okay? So that's business, that's a very popular area. Again, if you're applying to Canada, they won't even look at your application without CAPE math for business. Don't even try it. With the US, the less competitive schools might look at you, but the more competitive schools are gonna say, oh, they can't, they don't have the prerequisites, they're not gonna be able to handle the work here, and then you're not going to get in and you're not going to get a scholarship. So you see how many areas require math? That's why I really suggest that kids do add math and CAPE math wherever possible. What else carries prerequisites? Architecture, physics, and if you can do art, that would be very helpful. Yeah, I think I've covered the basis. Everything else is kind of like arts and science degrees generally don't carry prerequisites as such. It's just engineering. If you're doing medicine, going to do medicine at UWI, you want to have bio and chemistry for sure. And so that's kind of how that works. Okay. What is next? Yes, definitely do your research, Miss Brown. That's a fact. Can Miss Brown, you can tell me how much more time we have? Because I have a lot of questions came in. I was most impressed. Okay. What does the government in Jamaica support professional dancers? If yes, how? Wow, these questions, you guys. Okay, well, I sit on the board of the Chase Fund, as you know, so I'm gonna speak about it from that perspective. And what Chase does is get the money from gambling, and we then put it towards things related to health, arts and culture, sports and education. Okay. So arts and culture is how we support dancers. So any degree in dance, that kind of thing, Chase gives money. We'll give tuition support and scholarships, both for locally as well as overseas. But if you're doing it overseas, you have to basically make a case. It has to be something that's not readily available here. But they do support with grants and that kind of thing to study. So that's what I know of government. Chase is a government organization. We get money from taxes on gambling. All right. How would I become a movie producer? Where do I go and what do I need? Okay. So I have had many students who are interested in film. Here is the deal. Don't wait. And this is what I would say. You know, if you want the scholarships and you want to live your dream, stop waiting for permission. Stop waiting till you grow up. Just stop waiting, because there's so many resources online right now that can help you to build this skill. And when you're applying to colleges for a film degree, they're going to want to see a portfolio. That means you have to start making some films, okay? Don't just, you know, go online, look for courses you can do. I gave you two links, both to AIM as well as Coursera, where you can basically learn anything. If there's any skill in the world you want to build, you can build it, right? But don't talk to colleges about what you plan to do when you get there. Show them that you're already doing the thing that you say interests you. Don't be thinking, oh, you can just tell them all the grand plans that you have. That doesn't work. You have to show that you've taken initiative and done it, okay? And so I'll definitely say that, you know, make some films, start building a portfolio, you know, try and learn every single thing that you can. There's a film association in Jamaica. Join the film association. Get involved in the industry here in Jamaica. These are some of the things that would help you to build a competitive profile to be able to get scholarships, to study, to become movie producer. There's a school called Full Sail University where it's very hands-on, and they bring in people from Hollywood and all of these things in this really hands-on way. And that will train you, as well as a lot of other schools that offer these really amazing degrees in film and would give you excellent training. Okay, so 2 minutes to go. Dear God, I mean, if you ever see the amount of questions, I want to know when is my follow-up session. I can't go so. I have to answer these questions. This is not right. So Abigail said, give her more time. I agree. You know, very quickly, how do you get scholarships? Because I see that was, my goodness, so many questions. All right, so first of all, when it comes to scholarships and financial aid, don't do it on the back end, do it on the front end. If I'm going to make a video about this today, because it's one of the most serious mistakes I see students make. They go and they apply to all of these random schools that don't even give funding to international students and like, or that much funding, some little scholarships that are not really enough for them to go, right? So you have to target carefully the schools you apply to in the first place. You cannot get into the school and then, oh, you can't pay. Let me start a GoFundMe. Dear God, if I see one more GoFundMe. I mean, I get it, but that's not the way. The way is to get the big money from the school itself, okay? And we have students now who $88,000 a year in scholarship. They're getting full. We have a student now get a scholarship to Yale. She came through our Aim Higher Foundation where we help low-income students pro bono, so free. And she got a scholarship that pays her $5,000 US a year. She gets plus everything else. Okay, so there are those opportunities, but if you're not building the profile and applying to those places, then you don't stand a chance. Okay, so you definitely want to focus on building out your profile and applying to the schools that will give you that much funding. And on the free platform that I've given you the link for here, we give you a list of exactly what those schools are. So you will know. So you're not going to just send out application and then do GoFundMe, because that cannot work. Okay, you apply to the schools that have the money in the first place. That is the only strategy. Okay, and then how do you get the scholarships? It's not about where give scholarship. That's important, but then you have to have the profile. Would somebody want to invest in you? Nobody never put down a scholarship for you. You're not owed it. You're not entitled to it. Okay, so you have to work for it. Number one, your grades, your GPA. That's the most important thing. Do you have the ones? Okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to kill dreams, but you can study away for your master's as well abroad. If you don't have ones, you're not gonna get a full scholarship. It's just a fact. Okay, so your GPA need to be high and you need to have ones in your external exams. You need to challenge yourself to go above and beyond what is the minimum. So you see that student I tell you with the full scholarship, which $88,000 and she get $5,000 US in her hand. She has 5 Cape ones at Unit 1. Notice I didn't say 4. 4 is the minimum. If you do the minimum, you're not going to attract attention and scholarships the way somebody who goes above the minimum does, right? So forget minimum. Always try to do extra. So she did that, and then she did 10 CSEC, okay? So at the end of the day, she's going to have 10 Cape and 10 CSEC. And she has the ones in them. 2, teacher recommendations. Some of you don't participate, you don't bring value to the classroom, and when teacher recommendation come, all teacher can say is, oh, very dedicated, nice, pleasant, works hard. No, they need anecdotes, they need specifics about how you have contributed to the community. How have you sought? I had a student, full scholarship to Stanford University. You know what she spent her summer doing? Building out a digital library for her school. Free. Okay? You see when Stanford see that? Them say, but stop. This student come to build up school and maybe she'll come here and help us too. And what? Admitted, full scholarship. So you have to think about, how can I make my school community better? Because if you don't do anything for your school, in service of your school, why would the colleges believe that you're going to come there and do anything for them? And remember, everybody wants to know what's in it for them. It's not just about you getting scholarship because, oh, you're so smart. No, colleges want to know what's in it for me. So with extracurricular activities, they're looking for service, they're looking for initiative, commitment, achievement, all of those things. So you can't just wake up in lower six and say, oh, now it's time, or in upper six worse, oh, let me join up, you know, a bag of things. They're gonna see that all of these things you've joined, first of all, you're only a participant, so you never really had any effect, right? And then the second thing, you join them all like 6 months before application due. Duh, clearly we're trying to pad the resume, right? That doesn't work. Okay, so these are the things. So it's your grades, your teacher recommendations, your extracurricular activities, your SAT scores. I've given you a Mount Alvernia exclusive discount to our SAT prep program, but that's out of 1,600. There's a math section, there's a verbal section, okay? You need to score over 1,400, between 1,300 to 1,500 or over in order to secure the college scholarship bag, okay? Now, on UK and Canada, I hate to tell you, break the news to you. They don't require SATs, but guess what they don't do? Give big money scholarships, okay? Canada, we can count on one hand the schools that give big scholarships, one hand. So the point is, and when they give big scholarships, is one person out of the whole of Jamaica getting the scholarship, you know, like University of Toronto, the Pearson Scholarship. Awesome, I've had students get it before. It's one student, possibly two, in the whole island gonna get that scholarship for University of Toronto. So the students who say, but I want to go, you know, when my father told me you need a full scholarship to study abroad, I never started, oh, I like Canada. Oh, I like this. And I first had to say, where's the money, right? Where is the money? What do they need? How can I build a profile? So the thing is, I find students talking about, I like the city. I like Canada. I don't like America. I don't, when you need a full scholarship and you're international, the likes, maybe I'm too harsh, but you know, it doesn't really matter. You have to follow the money, okay? And so that is why I'll never advise us. UK works. At least Canada, we can count on one hand and say, University of Toronto have Pearson, we have McMaster with a one scholarship over there. We have University of British Columbia with the International Leader of Tomorrow Award. You know, we have a St. Thomas University have a one scholarship. At least we can say that. With UK, zero, big fat zero, like it don't exist. Even their own citizens, where you have to be resident there for the past 3 years before you get any money out of them. They're definitely the meanest when it comes to tertiary education. So every single student I've had go to the UK, they are paying in full. So why is the UK being cheap? I don't know, okay? But the US is where it has the largest amount of scholarships and also the hardest admissions process. If Canada had the amount of scholarships that US had with their little easy admissions process, life would be great. But the US process is harder. They look at more things, but they also give the most money. Okay, well, I've overstayed my time and there are so many more questions still. I just want to know, when is my follow-up session, miss? Oh, last but not least, when should you do the SAT? Because this is a big problem that we have. Right after fifth form, you need to prep for the SAT. You need to have sat the SAT 2 times in lower six before the summer and before you start serious prep for CAPE, which means you want to do the SAT October and December of lower six, okay? Any later than that, you are cutting your chances because applications are due November of upper six, okay? November, if you want the big money, November of upper six, that is when they're due. That means as CSEC finish, you go straight into SAT prep. That is the best way to do it. If you didn't do it that way, well, then you need to obviously do SAT prep this summer so you can sit the exam in October and still try and catch November deadlines. I've given you the links to everything. And I just want to know, when is my next session, man? What's my next session?
Mrs. McLaren will definitely set up another session.
Yes.
One good term deserves another, right?
I don't know. Thank you very much. And I will be happy to come back and there are so many more questions that I wish I could have gotten to. And I saw people DMing me, what if you can only do 4 CAPE? What can you do to make up for it? Guys, I promise you that as if you counselors just give us some time on these when we can come back and just do straight Q&A, I will be there, like even as early as next week, okay? So, because I want to give you all of those strategies and tell you all the things to do. Please, begging. Yes, Tiana, I'm going to come back. Thank you guys so much for having me. Expeditiously, yes. Bye, everybody. Take care.
Okay, Miss. So, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the ladies of the Malta Vernia High School, we would love to extend our greatest appreciation to you, Mrs. McLaren, for the time you took out of your schedule to come and to speak to us about overcoming and the overwhelming, to beat success and to thrive. We'd also like to say thank you for informing us of the causes of becoming overwhelming, how to create an environment for success, how we can use the major keys of Goal Accelerator Plan System to help us with planning properly and effectively, and lastly, the 7-step action of overwhelm. With this information that we have taken from your presentation, we will try to effectively do better with goal planning, and in the end, we'll help ourselves with relieving ourselves from becoming overwhelmed. We would surely appreciate it if you could come back, and we will surely apply all of this to our lives, seeing as though we have all fallen a victim to becoming overwhelmed. It has been an absolute pleasure listening to you about what you're clearly so passionate about, and we're entirely grateful for your words of wisdom. So again, we want to say a big thank you, and we wish you nothing but the best in your future endeavors.
Thank you, guys. I can't wait to see y'all next week.
Okay, so we'll now move into our breakout rooms. Toby, would you like to give us some instructions?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're not tired as yet because we have another segment to go to, the breakout session. So we're now going to be breaking up everyone into a small group, okay? We have 7 groups already assigned. Group 1 will be 10A and 10S students. Group 2, 10T and 10E students. Group 3, 10C and 10H students. Group 4, 11A and 11S students. Group 5, 11T and 11E students. Group 6, 11C and 11H students. And last but not least, Group 7, 6th formers, grade 12 and 13 students. Okay, so please take a note of that, ladies. All right, so just to say, the reason why we had asked all of you to rename yourselves and put your class first is so we could identify you and add you to the various breakout rooms, okay? So you'll have 7 presenters today. You'll go into the breakout room once and you will remain there. The other 7 presenters, or 6 presenters, I should say, will be coming to you, okay? So there will be times where you're just there without any presenter, but don't worry, because in a few minutes, your presenter will be hopping right in to speak to you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open the breakout rooms. A few presenters who are
Before
here.
you do that, Toby, sorry to cut you.
Sorry.
I would like to identify, I want to ensure that we have all the presenters. Mr. Nicholas Spence, I believe it is. Are you there, sir?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here.
Can you tell me which institution you're representing, please?
University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, UCC.
UCC. Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any other presenter that we have not identified? So I see Miss Kerry-Ann White. I see Mrs. McBean. I see Sam Sharp Teachers College. I also see UTech. Is CMU here? Anyone from Caribbean Maritime? or Montego Bay Community College? No, okay. So Toby, I think we're out by 2.
Yes, miss.
All right,
No
over to you.
worries.
All right.
So as I was saying, I'll be opening the breakout rooms now. Presenters, you have already been assigned, so you'll see an invitation now. Or as a matter of fact, you will not see an invitation. You will just be moved directly into your breakout rooms. We ask that you just remain there until all the students enter. All right? Students, now, this is your instruction. You're going to accept the invite that the prefects will be assigning to you. We ask that you do not decline, you accept, and you move into the rooms, okay? Once the presenter has ended, you remain in your rooms and you wait for the next presenter to come to you, okay? All right, so let's get started.
Good afternoon. Could we have an idea as to how long we should make the presentations? 15 minutes each?
10 minutes, 10 minutes, Toby?
Okay, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Right. Okay,
Thank
Toby,
you.
I'm seeing where Miss Tennant is here from UE. Miss Tennant, along with, she has some persons with her as well. Miss Tennant is here along with Tashika Taylor. Both of them are from the University of the West Indies.
Okay, no problem. They have been assigned.
Awesome. All right, Toby, go ahead. Thank you.
All right, presenters, you'll be moved into your room now.
Good afternoon, Miss Barnes. Mrs. Box Brown.
Oh, beautiful. Mrs. Box Brown is here from CMU.
I've had some internet issues that I'm just able to get on.
Oh, thank the Lord. Toby?
Yes, miss, she'll be assigned right now.
All right, thank you. You're just in time, Mrs. Box Brown.
Students, we're going to ask, if you haven't already, rename yourselves to your class first and then your name so that we can see the order and assign you to the correct group.
GJ, could you please identify yourself?
Good afternoon, Miss. It's Gussin, General Gussin.
Ladies, we're just reminding you to please change your names. Put your grade in front of your name, not behind. It's in front so that we can move you to your breakout rooms as quickly as possible. Put your class or your grade in front of your names, please and thank you.
Kimira, you need to put your class before your name. Ashley Bedward, you as well.
Tashika Taylor, Kobe needs to be placed with Mona. Rojane, you need to put your
miss?
class. Tashika Taylor.
Okay, I see her.
Yeah. Rojane, Tiana, put your class in front of your name. Just rename yourselves quickly so we can put you in groups. Camilla Christie as well. Janae Gordon. And the others. Please do so quickly.
Good afternoon, ladies. Please remember to accept the request.
Donna Shay Johnson, what grade are you in? What class are you in?
There is an Ashley Bedward here. Can you please rename yourself? Thank you. Okay, I think we've got everyone in somewhere. Oh no, there's a Jane Walker and a Donna Shay Johnson. Please rename yourself so that we can add you to your breakout room.
Jane Walker is in 11 Salome.
Okay, noted.
Donna Shay Johnson is in 12 science.
Okay, prefects, thank you very much. You can go ahead and join your respective groups.
So teachers won't be going anywhere, Toby?
I was just about to say there are 2 teachers left, Miss Hume, Mrs. Hume, and Miss Lady Barnes. So,
and where did Mrs. Chen go? Mrs. Chen was here
I didn't
too.
want to say anything, you know, but I was feeling very left out.
I'm saying.
I had plans.
You know,
I had plans.
Barnes.
Oh, Kayla Brown is still here. Why is Kayla still here?
Barnes, as a co-host, you can move through whichever group you want to go to.
How I do that?
Yes, that's true.
How do I do that?
Miss, you should be able to see the breakout room thing, right? At the bottom.
Right.
So if you click on that, you can just join.
Oh, but she nothing at the bottom.
No, but she's not. We didn't make her co-host. You logged out. You were co-host before.
Okay. Mr. Horton, sir.
Yes, please make her co-host again. You must have logged out before because you were a co-host.
I see some persons logging in. Miller, Natalia. Okay, some persons are on. I guess we need to give them the invite. Okay, and Kristen Boyd. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know what the situation is with these 2 girls, Regine and Donna Shay.
They probably signed in and they probably stepped away.
That's exactly what they probably did.
Either that or they're having technical difficulties with their devices.
All right, let me see if I can get Mr. Horton so I can. But Mrs. Hume can be placed in, I don't know, put her in one of the
empty groups.
Oh yes, put her in an empty group so she can talk to somebody.
Not completely empty, just a group that doesn't have a presenter. I have.
Wait. Hold on. Am I expected to present, to speak with the students? I'm sorry, what is the group generally going to be looking at?
Ms. Barnes, you want to
put her in a group where she actually hears a presenter, where somebody is actually presenting.
How long is the group supposed to be speaking
10 minutes
together? 10 minutes. All right. Is it that you need a presenter in that group, Toby?
There is a group that a school should be there, but the school is not here. Montego Bay Community College.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I can go in and answer questions for them in the interim then.
Right.
Yes.
All right. So go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to be moving you to group 2. I think it is. Yeah, right. Group 2.
Okay.
Probably you don't have to move me here.
Okay.
I'll just
I
be
know you have.
bouncing around.
Yes, I know you have co-hostship, so you can do what you want.
I cannot get Mr. I can't get Mr. Horton.
Co-hostship.
Co-hostship.
I don't like
Where is the co-hostess? Okay, so Miss Barnes, what's supposed to be going on right now is that each prefect who was assigning for the particular group is supposed to be in that group. So they will notify in the group that we have here when they're done, so that we can remove them into the transition room to wait until the next group they're supposed to be going to is ready, and then they'll move there.
All right.
Toby. I'm seeing some students with their grade showing, but they're not placed in any group. Is it that they came out back because Toby gone?
Which students, Miss Brown?
I'm
Jane
seeing,
and the others?
no, Jody and Dixon.
Jody and just logged in.
Okay.
So she needs to, if you can place persons, she needs to be placed in 10 Alaco. Can you do that?
Hold on. Jody and who? Where? I'm not seeing her name. Jody and Dixon.
Jody and Dixon, right.
That's the first group, right?
Yes, 10 Alaco.
Group 1. All right. Nalani is in 11H.
Nalani, 11H.
What group is that?
Toby will have to assist us with that. She's back.
Hold on. 11.
Miss, just an update. We have a Mr. Nicholas in the transition room now. He's waiting to be moved.
Okay.
He's complaining that his time ended early.
11H. 11H is what group, Toby? Group 5?
No, 11H is group 6.
6.
And I'm seeing Shamoy James of 13 Science and Tony Brackett of 10 Salome.
They just need to accept it. They're not present around their computer because everybody has been assigned except for you and I.
No, they just logged in.
No.
Tony Brackett.
Tony,
are you?
No, Miss, I'm here. I'm seeing.
Tony, are you at the? Okay.
Tony has been assigned. She just hasn't accepted the invitation.
Okay, gotcha.
They're all assigned. Crystal Lee Reed, 10 Clear. That is what? Group 2, Toby?
10 Clear? No, that is group 3.
3. Gotcha.
Okay, so I'm now a co-host, so I'm going to look at the breakout rooms. Oh.
And so just go to more, go to breakout room and just click join.
Okay, Miss, we have a query from my side. If their 10-minute time limit is up, should we interject and move them or allow them to finish up?
Allow them to finish.
Okay.
So you can put back Mr. Chambers, what's his name? And Salome is which one, Toby? 2?
10 Salome, yes, that's number 1.
1. Adriana, what class are you in, my darling? I think I know what class.
Okay, that was a beautiful experience. Love it, love it.
Miss, did you go touring?
I did, and I almost got stuck. Yes, but thank
Right.
heavens I found the exit, you know, and I'm back here.
Awesome. Okay, so it seems we only have one presenter that is finished. Hi, good afternoon, Ashley Ann. If you would like to be added to your group, please rename yourself and put your class in front of your name. Hi, Miss. Any word from Montego Bay Community College?
No word at all.
Oh boy. Okay, then I guess I'll be playing some music.
Music is always entertaining.
Parents, what about promoting our sixth form?
Oh yes, Toby, we could do that. We need to promote our sixth form.
True. Let me see if I can link in Alicia.
All right.
I just realized that the group who is empty right now, they're actually sixth form. So for the next one.
Oh dear. Okay, music it is. The person who just logged in? Okay. Anicia Smith, all right. Kristen Bowen. Kristen Bowen.
Yes, miss.
Please accept the invitation to join the room.
Okay, thank you, miss.
Welcome. Ashley Ann, what class are you in?
Harris, miss. I was in group 6, I think.
Okay. Miss Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you place Ashley Ann in group 6 for me, please?
Done.
Shaquille, what group were you in? Shaquille Cunningham?
There is no Shaquille unassigned. Shaquille just needs to answer the message that was sent.
Okay, she's not responding. Miss Brown, you saw my message in the guidance group?
Checking now.
All right. Miss Brown, unfortunately, we have to end at 4. We have to wrap up.
Miss Barnes, could you please add me to breakout room 7? I got disconnected a while ago.
I think you were already added, Alea. Check and see if the notification came in.
Okay, miss.
Okay, ladies, we had an eventful day, and of course, all good things must come to an end. So I would like to use this opportunity to say thank you to you ladies for being with us today. Thank you to the universities that are on the platform. Thank you to the prefects who are in charge of the breakout rooms. We really appreciate the effort of everyone. Ms. Brown, do you have anything to add? All right, so thank you, Mr. Nicholas Spence from UCC. Thank you, Mrs. Theresa Reed from Sam Sharp Teachers College. To Mrs. Melvera McBean from Dreams World Travel. To our prefects, thank you so, so very much. To Miss Carrie Ann White, thank you for your assistance today. And Miss Crystal Stennett. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, ladies, you may go enjoy the rest of your day.
Ms. Barnes, can you address a question in the chat? What happens to students who didn't get to hear the school they were waiting to see?
Okay, which school is that, Denisha? UA. All right, so we will have to have another session with UA. Right, we will have another session with UA. I will speak with Miss Stennett to see how best we can meet again. All right, Mobe Comsi wasn't here, Denisha. They weren't on the platform. So we have to try and engage them to see if they can come another time. All right, ladies, thank you and all the best. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Barnes.
Thank you, Miss.